Hello. Hello there. Hi there. How's everybody doing? How's it going? Maybe like move my monitor like this. There we go. So I can see you guys more clearly. I'm doing better. My tongue doesn't hurt as much anymore. I still talk a little weird. I must sound like I have a lisp. But I should be okay for the most part. It doesn't hurt anymore, which is good. Before it was like hurting just to talk. Now it doesn't hurt as much. I also brought pain medication just in case it does actually get shit and I gotta like actually take some pain medication to talk. Yeah, basically like hurt the side of my tongue. Anywho. Hello from Twitch side. Good morning. Any last minute predictions? We have 2 minutes. I think the only immediate prediction I have is Kazuya is probably going to compare Sumi to something like a sweet tart, or sorry, a fruit tart, where he's just going to be like, she's sweet like a fruit tart, which is kind of like why I did the opening, like the fruit tart thing, where Sumi sure is sweet. That's why I called it that. I think he's going to compare her to a fruit tart, and that should be interesting. I do think like what Reiji's going to do with Sumi is going to be this contrast between something being sweet and sour because of the cherry motif. I think a friend of mine named Eddie Man was like mentioning that too. He like sent me a thing on Twitter, and I was already thinking that too, and I was just like, oh yeah, some sour and sweet. That makes some sense. That falls in line with the thematic ideas of the chapter. So I do think like we expect Sumi to be just all sweet, pretty much all sugar, no sour. I think she's going to be I think there's going to be more sour. So this chapter is probably going to start with that idea. It's going to introduce this idea of sweetness, but then there's going to be this underlying tone of sour contrast. That's pretty much my theory, I think. That's just pretty much my immediate theory of what this chapter is going to be about. Come on, that minute is taking forever. This last minute is taking forever, bro. I think this is supposed to be the first chapter of April in Japan. If I recall, I think so. I think this is the first chapter of April in Japan, which is Chizuru's birth month. Right, so we're now exiting. The first Sumi chapter was the last one of March. Or no, we had a decent amount of Sumi chapters in March, but now we're entering April, and that's quite fitting considering it's also June. There's two motifs of Chizuru at play here, which is the hydrangeas and Chizuru's birthday. That's just the two I can immediately recall. The boyfriend in love too. Oh my god. Oh my god, these bastards. Look at that. That's so cute. Huh. Again, we cut back to this. Again, we cut back to him looking at his phone. The coldest confession ever in modern tone. Reiji intentionally shows the phone. Oh, look, we're intentionally seeing dolls on display. This is calling back to when they were on that. It's not AI. Is this AI? I think so. Okay, actually, Ruka. Oh. Was this her buying the swimsuit? This is a lingerie store. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. It's impossible. I can't make up my mind. Doesn't matter how many times I ask AI in my spare time, nothing good ever comes out of it. I can't stop researching it. Get that guy out of Ibisu. Huh? Oh dear. Yeah, it is still AI. I want her to know how I feel, but I said this on July 11th date. Take all my time, all my world, and repaint it in your colors. Kazuya. I was wondering who the fuck is that? Huh? Ugh, so gross. You must be the type of guy who enjoys having every mirror in the car facing yourself. What even was that? I'll just run home. Don't mind me. I'm sorry, these are funny, as repetitive as they can appear quite repetitive, but they are quite funny too. That would never work. My seriousness needs to match my character. it would for hot guys, but only hot guys. I really have to ask someone who knows better. Hey, get a load of that. Whoa. Oh my god, this is just straight up oh my god, this is not even subtle. Whoa, the callback is not even subtle. What the fuck? This is straight up Chizuru, like, multiple times. What the fuck? There's, like, I'll show you multiple different shots of this. She's so cute. Are you kidding me? I guess beautiful girls like her really do exist. Is she making some kind of film? I'd say it's less of a drama and more of an anime at this point. This feels more like Akihabara than Ibisu. She's a walking doll. If I was dating a girl like her, I'd want to brag to my whole extended family. Right? So, like, again, people are just going to take this at face value. The whole point of this entire sequence is that these people are kind of missing the point. The words float around Sumi, they don't see her. The words float around Sumi, they don't see her, and this reflects Kazuya's own vision of letting how other people look at Sumi define how he feels about her, and thus define how he feels about his love. Everyone's staring at her. Sumi-chan's amazing. Welcome back from the bathroom. Wait, is that really who she's with? He's not what I imagined at all. I saw this coming. I said, Kazuya, I saw that one coming. This always happens, right? It doesn't it get old? Like I think what Reiji's trying to do here is trying to make it feel like it's getting old, but also calling back to the very beginning, where he's just like, isn't it fucking annoying how everybody constantly judges you just because you're with a beautiful girl? Like, fuck off. Fuck off. I feel like that's the vibe Reiji is kind of trying to go for almost. It's familiar. It's very intentionally, like, super duper familiar. Still, as usual, Sumi-chan's outfit looks so good. We haven't seen each other since the birthday party. Okay, here we go. Here we go. She gives off the absolute peak cute little sister vibe. Yep. What store even sells a cherry press? A cherry dress? Her clothed gestures and voice are also sugary sweet. Hey, what did I say earlier? They're sugary sweet. Even her skin is so soft and smooth like a baby's. Her silky hair adds a fresh and clean feel. She's like a fruit tart. Bro, I literally just came up with this like this morning. I came up with it this morning. She's like a fruit tart. Right? Oddly fitting considering she has cherries on her. She's kind of teased me when she first showed up. She's grown since we last met. I feel like she has more of an adult charm, like her calves. Huh. Gugh. Should someone like me even be near her? I'm rotten to the core. Oh, there it is. She gives it right away. Remember how with the last birthday gift she gave Kazuya, it took the entire date for her to give it to him. Here, right away, immediately. Wait, a birthday present? Seriously, you shouldn't have. Her face, look at her fucking face. It's kind of funny. He's surprised again. Oh my god, this is going to be a reoccurring motif of every chapter, isn't it? Every single chapter is going to be a reoccurring motif of Kazuya being surprised by Sumi. Oh, this is just going to keep happening. Okay, got it. Oh, clothes, a shirt. Wow, it's fancy. Thanks. She's such an angel. And she's literally wearing black angel shoes. I can't believe this. I don't even get her. I didn't even get her anything. If you tell her your birthday once, does she give you a gift every year? This is the second year in a row. I wonder if he's going to wonder about Chizuru not giving him a gift yet. I think hers is in March, her birthday. I've been so busy the past 6 months, I haven't even gotten her anything for giving me this cap. This is why I need to work on myself. Women don't like me. She literally got it for you because she likes you, dipshit. Bro. What's the plan today? She looks so different. I have limited time. There's no point in hesitating over it. 2 hours. Actually, there's this girl who I want to tell her how I feel. Okay, straight to the point. Okay, here we go. We went on a real date once, but we haven't become a real couple yet. She puts it, she doesn't know what love is. That's why she can't date me yet. I just think I just have to convince her, but I don't know what to say about stuff like this. Why I wanted your advice. Is this the same person we spoke about before? Yeah. Interesting. Sumi is constantly in shadow. I still don't know what love means to me. I'm undoubtedly feeling something for him. She shared this moment with Chizuru in shadow. Thus, when Sumi sees she is in shadow and she feels, I'm telling you, she's lying to herself about her fucking feelings. She's lying to herself about her fucking feelings. She already knows, doesn't she? Who I'm talking about. Huh? What? Hey, Sumi-chan, where are you going? A farmer. This is probably a real statue. We should figure out what statue this is. Hey, whoever has time, check out what statue this is. An elementary school. Huh? But why? Does she have a little brother or something? Is she actually going to see her little brother while I'm renting her? I'm paying for this, though. Terrible. Do you have a little brother? Oh. Then she does. Oh. Oh. Sumi has a little brother. Wait, no, it's the little kid that was renting her. It's that little kid from elementary school that was renting her. Wait, then, was I actually right about going to see him? But wait a sec. This doesn't feel like an elementary school. I only see adults here. Huh? What? Shibuya City Rensan Library. A library? This is a library? Whoa, amazing. They renovated an elementary school and opened up this library. I had no idea. I didn't know this kind of place existed in the middle of Ebisu. I see. Sumi-chan knew about this place. I wonder if she comes here often, and wanted to bring me here. Now I get it. Because I was looking for advice. Huh? Why? Seriously, why? That doesn't answer any of my questions. Why? How does anything I was talking about have to do with coming to the library? I don't get it at all. For now, I don't want to make a scene. I'll just wait and see. There's a girl I want to tell her how I feel. Sophie's collection of love quotes. What the hell? Okay, this chapter's wild. Sophie's collection of love. That was really fast. That felt really slow. Or I feel like we didn't get much. Sorry, not slow. We didn't get anything. Ugh, I feel like this is one of those chapters where you're not going to appreciate what it fucking has to say until you kind of like get a little more. This is one of those, isn't it? This is one of those, isn't it? Where it's like you're not going to really be able to appreciate the chapter unless you get a little more. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm really fascinated with how Reishi's depicting Sumi. She's like actively drawn in shadows. She's actively drawn in shadows. That really, really fascinates me. Like the way he's drawing her is so interesting. It's like there's something underneath we're not seeing, and she looks so serious. And isn't that actually a book? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. It's okay. Fucking hell. Solophes. So. Collection of love quotes. I think that's what it was. Sophie's collection of love quotes. I didn't get anything. I would have to copy like the original text. Yeah, I'd have to like copy the original text. So shocking, there was no fruit tart. Shocking, there was no fruit tart. Sumi's the fruit tart. This is a weird chapter. This is a really weird fucking chapter. It felt way too fast. It felt way too fast. Like, for a weekly release, this is like kind of crazy. And then we said this statue is what? There's really no shot Sumi's gonna define love to Kazuya in a book. Yeah, she goes to fucking love quotes. Like, what? Like, fucking what? What's the teaser for next chapter? Oh, good question. I don't know. Let me get the Japanese and send it to... Oh, wait. This is last chapter. I have no clue. I feel like she'll use the book to help Kazuya. Love quotes? Wait. Oh my god, it just clicked for me. Remember what Kazuya was doing in the very beginning? He was asking Grok for the best way to confess. What does Sumi do? She goes and gets a book that tells him how to confess. That's fascinating, considering... Is that really how you confess? You just take a quote from a book and say it? Remember the chapter literally starts like that. It starts with Kazuya reading shit from Grok. And then now Sumi is like going to a book, and it's like, yeah, a book is better. Yeah, it's more effective to read a fucking book than it is like to fucking ask Grok. But I don't know if that would give you the solution you're looking for either. That's weird. Yeah, there's that contrast between like asking a robot and like asking a book. But a book about love quotes, what the fuck is that gonna do for you? The book equals Sumi, the AI equals Mini. I guess. So Sumi's just following a book? But is that really so different from following an AI? Because a book can tell you what to do doesn't mean it's easily implementable in real life. Sumi sticks to the book. The teaser is Utopia. What the fuck is Okay, no. This is the illusion before the actual chapter starts. Oh, no. I feel like I'm kind of getting what Reishi's going for here. This is like the illusion before the actual shit hits the fan. The characters are literally in shadow because like they don't know what's actually fucking happening. I find this opening particularly fascinating because I'm going to show you some comparisons. So I'm going to show you some comparisons. And the reason I find this really fascinating, there is like intentional multiple different parallels with Chizuru where this happens. Like multiple fucking times. For fuck's sake, it's not out yet. Of course it isn't. Okay. Here, give me a sec. Let me pull up the ones I can think of off the top of my head. There's a few I can think of right off of the top of my head, which I feel is very intentional. Yeah, the isekai shot, that's one of them, correct. There's another one. The first one I thought of was the isekai shot, yes. There's another one though. Yeah, so here's one. Here's this one. There's another one. It's actually right after chapter 218. It's from chapter 219. And I think it's like Kibe talking. Or no, this one has no talking. Yeah, this one has no talking, but she is walking. Yeah, Chizuru doesn't look happy in this one. And if you look at Sumi, she doesn't look very happy either. Sumi doesn't look very happy here. Maybe she's like bothered by the way people are talking about her. Right? Whereas Chizuru closes her eyes, Right? Chizuru closes her eyes, literally does not look at these people, literally does not see what they're saying about her, and only opens her eyes when she sees Kazuya. It feels like Sumi is very conscious of what people are saying about her. To me, it feels like Sumi is incredibly conscious of what people are saying about her, and she's like, it kind of like freaks her out. Yeah, this visual storytelling is fascinating here. In contrast, look at Chizuru here. All these dudes are looking at her. Her eyes are open, but she's somewhere else. I don't know if that's how I interpret Sumi. Is Sumi also somewhere else? There's also another scene from the date that I would like to check. During the date, there's a part where Chizuru goes to the bathroom, and this reminded me of that immediately. If you guys remember, during the date, there is a part where Minnie tells Kazuya, when the girl goes to the bathroom and comes back, make sure to tell her she's pretty because she changed her makeup. It makes you wonder, did Sumi change her makeup? We can't tell. We as the audience can't tell. But Kazuya does point out some interesting stuff, like, what does he say? Her outfit looks so good. Her clothes, gestures, and voice are all sugar sweet. Even her skin is soft and smooth like a baby's. Her silky hair adds a fresh and clean feel. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, I don't know. But let's go to that little sequence where Minnie tells Kazuya to compliment the girl when she comes back from the bathroom. Because that... I don't remember what chapter that is. $360? Yeah, I was right. It was 360. Correct. I was correct. Or no, never mind. It was like 370. Never mind. It was like 370 or 369. It's when Chizuru goes to look at the ring. So there's a part where Chizuru steps away. Yeah, so it's right here. Chizuru steps away. Oh, look. There's some parallels. It's not quite the same. Chizuru steps away to go to the bathroom, or she tells Kazuya. She grabs her makeup pouch to adjust her makeup, Princess Secret, and then she pulls out the ring. It's interesting because the ring ends up being the focus, not anything else. When Chizuru comes back from the restroom, he's looking at her. And she's like, do I look weird? And then he says, not at all. You look cute. Amazing. I said it. I got to push through. Right. So Chizuru comes back and surprises him. He never actually sees her walking. He does see Sumi walking. Interesting. There's a lot of weird shit in this chapter. Hello, Fate. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, anime. I'm not going to say the anime cannibal. Why cannibal? All right. That's a weird, interesting name, buddy. Let's see. The statue, Ninamoya Kinjuru. The meaning, according to Google, symbolizes diligence, self-education, and devotion to study. Ooh. Okay, and that aligns well with the fact that Kazuya isn't really studying. He's like just looking shit up online and letting Garak tell him what it is. He's not actually learning anything. Okay. So it's about self-education and like actually being willing to actually fucking learn. So Sumi going to the library is despite maybe not being as... Maybe the love quotes aren't like quotes on maybe the love quotes are like I think I get it. I think maybe Sumi doesn't know what to say. So she goes to the library to learn what to say. So she's gonna, and again, if you've heard love quotes, they're not like confessions. So Kazuya is going straight to confessions. I think Sumi is going to like actually read about quotes talking about love. So like love is like this, or love is like this, or love is this. So like here's a good one. Love is like when you see all the terrible parts of a person, but then you can look past them and find the person you fell in love with in the first place. So that something like that. What if quotes are actually poems? That might make more sense. If they're love poems, that might make more sense. And considering Sumi does calligraphy, Sumi is approaching it from the lens of an artist who actually studies for what they're going to talk about, whereas Kazuya goes for the easy answers. So Sumi goes to an actual fucking library and tries to like research the topic that she might not understand super well, whereas Kazuya is like going to fucking grok. I see. So it's like real. It's basically like real knowledge versus knowledge someone else told you. Real knowledge versus fictional knowledge. Okay. Which is fitting because we see Ruka in a lingerie store. Remember, what did Ruka do? Ruka wore a swimsuit. She didn't wear actual lingerie for the actual like sex thing. So Ruka going to an actual lingerie store is fitting in that regard because she's actually trying the real thing, not just putting on a swimsuit. She's trying to have the real thing, not just pretend. So I guess that idea is fitting in that regard. Sumi probably used the book to somewhat confess to Kazuya. Yeah, I mean Kazuya going to Sumi to ask her how to confess his feelings is oddly fitting considering what is Sumi's fucking problem. She doesn't know how to confess her feelings to Kazuya. So Kazuya going to Sumi to ask her, how do I confess my feelings, is both acting as him having a learning experience as well as Sumi literally learning how to confess to him and say her feelings to him. But then it becomes that interesting thing where it's like, you wonder, oh, is she actually saying her feelings to him or is she doing it under rental? Again, it's that thing where it's like it's hidden behind the lens of fiction, right? It's rental dating, you're still rental dating. But it'd be cool to see if Sumi breaks out of that role. See what I mean? It'd be cool to see if Sumi breaks out of that role. So yeah, there's some interesting setup between fiction and reality, right? The contrasting worlds that we live in. We live in like two separate worlds basically, and we have to find the real world that we actually live in. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like we're like in this weird like limbo state where that's kind of what the chapter kind of made me feel like. So when I was reading this chapter, it kind of gave me that feeling of limbo, if that makes sense. Like when I was reading the chapter, it kind of made me it gave me that feeling of limbo. It's a very strange feeling of just like kind of existing in this like a middle ground. And it's kind of hard to describe. There's a lot of like hidden undertone in this chapter. In the cover, Ruka is buying a swimsuit before going to Kazuya's birthday because she's wearing her ribbons. Except this is This is underwear. Except this is underwear. And she's wearing her ribbons in a video she sent Kazuya earlier. And that was after the sexual assault. So we have to know like when this actually takes place. Is she actually looking at the is she actually looking at the swimsuit, or because these don't look like swimsuits. This does not look like swimsuits. This is not a swimsuit store, dude. This is a fucking lingerie store. Like this is underwear. Like unless the thing like outright tells you, like the text outright says, oh, she's getting like the swimsuit for the birthday thing. Cool. But this feels like something in the future. She takes the ribbon off when it's assault time. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking hell, that's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro. Next issue will be a color page. Oh boy. Okay, so next chapter gonna be big. It also should be when the anime starts, if I'm correct. Yeah, next week is the 7th. While the anime was delayed until the 13th of, I believe, we should still get the release of the next chapter is the anime. Next chapter is the anime. Boring chapter? I don't think so. I just don't know what the fuck is going on. This is, like I said earlier, this is one of those chapters you're not going to appreciate until you get like a little more context. This is one of those chapters you're not going to appreciate until you get a little bit more context. There's something underneath there. This feels like the initial vibe of the chapter is that it is a boring chapter. Absolutely. But it feels like there's something underneath there, and I can't quite pin it down. There feels like there's more to this. It literally feels like we're rehashing same events on purpose. Like that's literally what it feels like. It's like it literally feels like good old classic rental dating. Reiji's literally using the same shit he used to use in the past. It's good old classic rental dating. It's meant to like evoke a sense of nostalgia from you. Like that's how I felt reading this chapter. It evoked like a weird sense of nostalgia from me, where I was just like, it's that familiar shit that we know and love. Or hate, depending on who you are. And even here, like when they say this stuff about Kazuya's like, oh, I saw that one coming. Like literally, it's play by play the same thing. Like literally, it's the same. It's play by play the same thing, and it's catching you very much off guard. And that's why when they go to the library, it's such a weird change of pace. The fact that Sumi gives him his gift right away is so weird. The fact that you don't even focus that much on the gift. Usually the gift, there's like a big focus on the gift. You barely focus on the gift. If anything, it's fascinating how when Sumi gives Kazuya the gift, Kazuya is the one who's like in shadows for the decent amount of this, whereas Sumi then shifts to being in shadows. That really fascinates me. You know, that really, really fascinates me. That there's this like shift. And this look from Sumi's so interesting. There's so much being hidden in plain sight. So much of this chapter is like hidden in plain sight. It's a really, really weird chapter. Also, oh my god, I just realized, what does Sumi drink? Sumi's drinking some sort of sweet drink, but it's intentional that the drink is shown to be white, whereas the drink Minnie always gets ends up being something like a soda. And the way Sumi is like centered perfectly in the picture, there's this contrast between this visual. So look at this visual and look at this visual. Look at how when Sumi is walking and the people are talking about her, her eyes are open, but she's looking down. She's like self-conscious of it. In contrast, you have a paralleling sequence. It's exactly what Kazuya does with Chizuru, where he hears how people talk about her, and then you hear how Kazuya talks about her in his head. And it's really, really fascinating, this dichotomy being struck here, where the internal voice versus the external voices. That's something Reiji has been like kind of toying with a little bit lately. And this feels like really interesting because look at how she's positioned here. Look at how Sumi's positioned here versus how Sumi is positioned here. Sumi here, when these people are talking about her, is put to the side. When these people are talking about her, Sumi is put to the side, and they refer to her as a walking doll. It's almost like these words are not about her. They put her in the center. They center her in this image right here, but she has a panel split, right? And it feels like it's literally almost not about her. She's literally not in the center of the picture. Then look at what Reiji does. He literally centers her when Kazuya starts talking about her. Right? She's literally perfectly in the middle of the page. And then there's the other parts of her spread perfectly to the side. I think that's really fascinating. This dichotomy between how Kazuya is like centering the girl when he speaks about her, and how when the dudes talk about her, they're not actually talking about her. They're talking about what she means to them. All right. So here, listen to these words. She's she's so cute. Are you kidding me? I guess a beautiful girl like her really does exist. Is she making some kind of film? They're making all these assumptions, right? Girls like her don't exist. Is she making a film? I'd say less of a drama and more of an anime at this point, right? Because she's idealized. This feels more like Akihabara than Ibisu. Again, they're literally saying she's a waifu. She's an anime character. She's a walking doll. They're objectifying her. Their words are literally objectifying her. If I were dating a girl like her, I'd brag to it to my whole extended family. Again, it's me. It's all about me, right? It's pure objectification, right? In contrast, listen to what Kazuya does. Kazuya is not actually objectifying Sumi, it's analysis. When Kazuya talks about Sumi, it's analysis. He's literally putting her in the center of the page. He's literally centering her. And there's another contrast you'll notice here. When Sumi is walking, her eyes are open. When Sumi is sitting and Kazuya is analyzing her eyes are closed. Because she doesn't see what he's saying, and yet she literally feels like she's in the center when she sits with him. He truly looks at her. And I think that's really fascinating as a contrast to how Kazuya is trapped in this trap of like being very attracted to the women around him, right? Again, you see it right here, right? Then when he starts talking about the adult charm, then there's a shift. When he's talking about her here, it's actually purely analysis, right? She gives off the absolute peak cute little sister vibe. He gets it. Oh, he understands. She does have a little sister vibe. He's right, though. What store even sells cherry dresses? Her clothes, gestures, and voice are also sugar sweet. She's literally drinking like some sort of sugary drink. Right? She's literally wearing cherries on her clothes. She's wearing ribbons on her clothes. She wants to be perceived as sugary sweet. In fact, that's literally the whole point of the Lolita fashion. The Lolita fashion is literally they're essentially looking like what is it? Like the Victorian style. It's literally a Victorian style clothing that's meant to look sugary sweet. Look at her. She's meant to look at the fucking shoes. Look at the goddamn shoes. It's like an angel floating. It's meant to look sugary sweet. Even her skin is so soft and smooth. It's like a baby. Her silky hair adds a fresh and clean feel. She's like a fruit tart. This dichotomy acts perfectly. Why is this dichotomy so fucking effective here? Right? Why is this dichotomy here so fucking effective? Because how do we start the chapter? We start the chapter with Kazuya reading Grok. He's talking to an AI. How do we end the chapter? Reading a book. So in that same exact vein, the people talking about her here are literally like Grok, just making like immediate like face reactions at this person, and they don't get her at all. In contrast, when Kazuya thinks about her in his head, it's literally like a learned experience, like a real thing. He's like a library, right? Call me the fucking librarian because I read this shit. Literally like that. So that dichotomy here is absolutely central. There is like an analysis to be had in what Reiji is leveraging on a visual and narrative spectrum. That is definitely happening here. Reiji's exaggerating this situation. People like to watch, but usually don't say this kind of shit to pretty girls. You have not been to Japan. You have not been to Japan. I'm sorry to tell you, you have not been to Japan. Yes, it is fucking like this. They're not saying this to her, first off. They're not saying this to her. These are guys talking about her. Like openly for everyone to fucking hear. And yes, it is like this. Like, yeah, maybe it's not like every fucking second, but yes, it is like this. Like it is like that, especially and you have to understand it does happen in the US too. It does absolutely happen in the US too, because when I've seen like really beautiful people, yes, everybody starts talking and saying shit. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not even saying shit like celebrities, because I've seen celebrities and I see how people talk about celebrities. I'm saying just really attractive people. Like, people that look like they would be celebrities. And people start talking. They'll say things. They'll say stuff. They're like, oh my God, they're so pretty. They're this, there's that. Yes, it is very real. And in Japan, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, in Japan, it's a lot more like in your face. No, this is real. Maybe a little exaggerated, abso-fucking-lutely, but it is real. This isn't pure exaggeration. No. I've seen this firsthand. Did you see this in Japan? I literally talk to Japanese readers regularly, dude. I literally regularly talk to Japanese readers, and they're like, I've seen this shit. I have friends who have been to Japan, and they're like, I see beautiful people, and I hear dudes talking about them. It's fucking weird. Like it is real. I've literally heard it from actual people who've experienced this stuff. And no, I don't live in Japan. Fair, you can say that. But I have seen it here too. I've literally seen it here too. So to say it doesn't exist is nonsense. It is real. And the whole point that the manga actively goes to is that these girls are like incredibly beautiful. And everybody always focuses on that. I have seen this. This is real. Maybe not in Japan, but I have fucking seen this. And I have talked to people who live in Japan or have visited Japan. Dude, I have a fucking psychologist friend. Literally, I have a psychologist friend who's been to Japan. Like, and he tells me it's fucking weird. And there are some, like, really beautiful people there. Like, it throws you the fuck off. Like, literally, one of my friends, like, the guy I was just talking about, he went to Japan with a bunch of my other friends. And he was walking, and he saw a girl that, like, was so goddamn beautiful, he was stun-locked. He literally said I was fucking stun-locked. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Because they're so goddamn pretty. So, no, this is absolutely fucking real. It seems like exaggeration. I think that's a thing we see a lot with media these days, where it's like when we interact with shit, and we tell ourselves, this seems too much. This seems exaggerated. This doesn't seem real. Like when they write those like comically evil villains, where, you know, they're so fucking evil, you're like, that would never happen in real life. And then here we are literally seeing this shit firsthand. And we're like, oh, it wasn't an exaggeration. It literally is like this. No, like even Metal Gear Solid, like, feels like it has some of the most exaggerated and stupid fucking villains. And then look at us now. Literally, look at us now. It's straight up the same thing. Straight up the same thing. Japanese women are ridiculously beautiful. No, it's not simply that Japanese women are ridiculously beautiful. That's not the thing. It's like there is absolutely this weird fucked up beauty standard that exists there, while at the same time there's absolutely this element that, like, there are a lot of like I know a big thing in Japan is they have like this weird thing where they all have like weirdly smooth skin. And it does definitely stem from the fact that they have like healthier food, healthier environment, stuff like that. But it also definitely connects to like the entertainment industry and how you're supposed to look and those expectations, because Japan absolutely sells this element of beauty. That's a big thing that they market all over the world. Why do you think like half their animes have beautiful anime waifus, and then when you go and like see their dramas and stuff, all the women are like insanely beautiful constantly? It's definitely a thing they market, and it's also a thing that like the culture has in some ways fundamentally misunderstood in this idolization. I think Reiji is talking about this idolization, how when we look at people and they're super attractive and shit like that, we're just kind of looking at how pretty they are. We're not looking at why they're pretty. We don't see the effort they put in. That's exactly what Kazuya sees. This exact sequence is verbatim the same exact sequence in the Izakaya, where in that one, there is a different thing that's being played out, where it's actually the reverse. With Chizuru, when she's in the Izakaya, it's basically flipped. What do I mean by this? When Chizuru walks in to this place, notice how she is literally centered. Notice how she's literally centered. But these words hover around her. These words literally hover around her. And she closes her eyes. She doesn't want to be centered to these people. She is placed front and center. She gets every single person's attention here. And she doesn't want their attention. And she's not placed front and center. She's placed front and center in a place she doesn't want to be front and center. She wants to be front and center for Kazuya. And then you now look at this. She doesn't feel front and center anymore. There's Minnie right there. Right? She's not front and center anymore. She's actually a little bit to the side. But the difference is, what's interesting is that Kazuya, when he analyzes Chizuru, it is different. The way the men talk about Chizuru is the same exact way they talk about Sumi. And again, when Kazuya analyzes Chizuru here, it's the same thing he did with Sumi, where he's literally analyzing her and actually paying attention to the charms of her clothes, what the effort she put in, what she's trying to do, a natural makeup style that results in a heavenly appearance. He pays attention to all these little details. And again, it's the kind of stuff where if you actually say that to a girl and you paid attention to all these little details that she put into the effort to look this beautiful, that's kind of hot. Bro, the dude paid attention to like all the little shit you did and he noticed every single little thing that you did. Damn, dude, he's looking. He is paying attention. He sees you. He sees your effort. That's hot. That shit kind of fucking hot. That this dude actually fucking sees you. But Chizuru is sharing screen with Minnie. So she's not actually fully centered. And Kazuya is terrified that he's objectifying her like those men are objectifying her. This is the interesting part about the Sumi sequence. Look at what happens. Again, you see him looking at Chizuru's legs. Again, you see him looking at Chizuru's legs. And then she drags his attention back. He's not actually looking at her. He's really scared to look at her. He looks away. The whole point of this sequence, to contrast the Sumi sequence, is this. This sequence, Kazuya is looking at Chizuru and he really sees her, but he's terrified he looks like these dudes. He's terrified that he looks like these dudes, right? That's the problem. He's utterly terrified. He's being shallow. He's utterly terrified. He is being shallow and he's objectifying her. That's what he's scared of, when in reality, he's actually looking at her. And that's basically where Kazuya is trapped. He can't tell when he's really looking at a person and when he's objectifying them, when he's starting to look at the horny shit. This literally happens right here. So in that sequence, Kazuya is doubting himself. He is actually looking at her, but he's starting to doubt himself. Here, what happens? He looks at her. He really sees her. Then the darkness creeps in. He looks at her leg. He looks at her legs. And it creeps in. And he remembers how he was sexually assaulted. And he hates himself for looking at her legs. He hates himself for looking at Sumi's legs. Suddenly, the darkness creeps in. And it's like, oh, I feel this physical desire. I'm a terrible person for feeling this physical desire, which is pretty fucking normal. There's no problem for feeling physical desire. The problem is you were fucking sexually assaulted, dude. And so Kazuya hates his physical desires. He literally says it. Should someone like me even be near her? I am rotten to the core. I'm gross. I'm disgusting. Which, by the way, interesting note, I've been reading Invincible. And Invincible actually gets assaulted too. And has this like aversion to his attraction and feelings of touching another person. And I'm like, oh, wow. Damn, same thing. But like, that one's like more blatantly like assault. Kazuya has shallow tendencies, but he's also not a shallow dude at all. That's the thing. It's like, what we consider shallow isn't shallow. Not necessarily. Like, Kazuya looking at the girl's legs and stuff like that, that's just normal. We call that shallow, but understand, being shallow is literally what these men are doing. This is shallow. This is shallow. You just talk about the girl and you only look at her pretty picture. This is shallow. And that's to the point. This is meant to be shallow. I think people don't notice that. This is meant to be shallow. They're just looking at the girl. In fact, when you turn the page, if you go to the next chapter, there's literally a joke about this. The fucking ending line for this sequence is fucking hilarious. Because how does the chapter start? No, it's not this one. It's the next one. Just let him out love. I can check on him in a little bit. Just let him out. Idjit already. Where there's this like funny line that like starts the chapter where this dude is like checking Chizuru out and his girlfriend fucking breaks up with him because he keeps looking at Chizuru, which literally shows how fucking shallow he is. Where is it? Is it that same chapter? Is it the same chapter? There it is. There it is. Yeah, literally the same chapter. This girl breaks up with him because he keeps looking at Chizuru. You've been staring at that girl this whole time. She breaks up with him because he keeps just looking at Chizuru. Bro, you're on a fucking date. What the fuck are you doing? This is shallow. Right? Reiji's intentionally showing a contrast between being shallow and only seeing like and like actually like just feeling natural attraction. Let's see. Can we say Sumi and Ruka are reverse of each other? One is sacrificing herself to support his love, and the other is sacrificing him for her own love. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've always thought that too. They are meant to be in some ways reverse of each other. Yeah, I can see that. I've said something akin to that in the past when I was like comparing Ruka and Sumi, because every character is like comparable in some way. Like Sumi contrasts Mami in some ways, but they're both literally in their own respective prison. Sumi's prison is internal, Mami's prison is external. Ruka is trapped by her tendency to constantly chase her love. Sumi is trapped by her tendency to sacrifice her love for Kazuya. So, you know, there's literally stuff like that. So Crumpy said he was done. Let me go check. Okay. So the opening page reads, I'm currently in a rental with Sumi-chan, but where my head is only about confessing to Mizuhara. I'm currently in a rental with Sumi-chan, but my head is only about confessions to Mizuhara. Right? He's with Sumi and he's busy looking at his stupid fucking phone. This is interesting. It's toys on display. And they call Sumi a walking doll. I think there's an intentional choice of words here. They call Sumi a walking doll as if she's merely a doll walking to be displayed, whereas Kazuya is actually a doll behind a case, unable to break free of his trap. Think of it like Toy Story, right? Where in Toy Story, the dolls have, like, the toys have sentience. They're walking around, they're living, they have emotions. Whereas, like, there are dolls that are like, or sorry, not dolls, there are like toys trapped in a box, unable to escape their programming. Kind of like Buzz at the very start of Toy Story 1, where he's literally trapped in his programming. He's not processing the fact that he's not like a fucking, actual space ranger, right? He's trapped in his cycle. So this chapter is literally what it does visually here is that compare Kazuya intentionally to the dolls on display. Whereas Sumi, the person who's literally called a doll, the person who they actually call a doll, is not a doll. She's a living person. This is intentional because Reiji does this exact motif with Chizuru, where when Chizuru is first introduced in the manga, she's essentially like treated like a waifu. She's treated like she doesn't have emotions and stuff, and Kazi gets upset at her and yells at her, and that's how most people treat sex workers. They treat them like nothing more than like for their bodies. They only view them for their bodies and how they present themselves and what they do, not for who they are as people. So these people call her a walking doll. They don't actually fucking see her. Kazuya, even when he feels his sexual desires for Sumi, it directly stems from the fact that he actually sees her. right? It directly stems from the fact that he actually sees her, right? The fact that he feels disgusted in himself stems from the fact that he does not see her as a doll, but as a person. And he hates himself for looking at her with objective eyes. Or sorry, like objectifying eyes. He hates himself for looking at her with objectifying eyes. He literally does not see her as a doll, but he's a doll. He's trapped like a doll in a case. And I think that might be the idea behind chapter 386, where we're literally seeing two dolls kissing, right? If you remember that, I think now we can look at that scene a little differently now. The opening scene in chapter 386 has two dolls kissing, right? Right here. You remember this? We're talking about all this thing, and fucking Wiz was just like, oh, that means they're gonna kiss in a play and all that shit. No. I think it's fascinating because you're literally seeing two dolls behind a case kissing. As if both Kazuya and Chizuru are nothing more than dolls trapped in their casing. It's something you paid for and you saw two dolls kissing, not two actual people in a relationship kissing. You're seeing two people trapped in the case of their existence, and they're not actually living. You're not, and this is contrasted by a real couple. You see a real couple walking and holding hands, contrasted by two dolls kissing. Right? Kazuya and Chizuru aren't a real couple. They're just they're trapped. They're just dolls. They're not actually alive. Okay, suddenly this has a little bit more context now when you look at it like this. So Sumi, the walking doll, quote unquote, is central here. Sumi being a walking doll in this sequence is central here. It is literally Reiji criticizing the idea of how women are viewed as dolls in many ways, as literally just beautiful walking dolls. They're not people. But at the same time, how we ourselves are like walking dolls, because when we're trapped, we're not really escaping the case. We're stuck there in our own little matrix. Okay, preparing for the upcoming match day. The match day one, is that Ruka? What does that mean? So for Ruka, it seems like it says preparing for, let me read it again, preparing for the upcoming match day. I guess it's implying it's when the sex is going to happen or something. Ahead of, okay, so for, okay, the last page here. Ahead of the invitation from the quiet girl is a forest of books. Will these feelings, a hidden strategy, be understood? Next time, there is a center color page, so maybe it's for the magazine cover. The teaser for next time is... So the teaser for next time is... Earthly Paradise, Shangri-La, The Peach Blossom Spring. The Tale of the Peach Blossom Spring. Okay, this is not Utopia, bro. Whoever said it was fucking Utopia, this is something else. Earthly Paradise. That's kind of like Utopia. The Peach Blossom Spring. Peach blossoms are directly connected to Sumi because she's literally a cherry blossom. Weird. Okay, so let me share the fact that we're getting a... Didn't Sumi realize who Kazuya actually meant with that woman? Yeah, she knows. Yeah, she knows. That's the whole point. Even Kazuya realizes she probably knows what the fuck he's talking about. So sorry. Let's see. Hey, I was just thinking about something. The chocolate Chizuru gave Kazuya after the ghosting, much like how Chizuru doesn't feel worthy of opening the ring, Kazuya feels the same about the chocolate. Ooh, okay. Okay, I'll give you that. That's pretty good. I don't know if Kazuya doesn't feel worthy. Kazuya doesn't open it because he doesn't want to lose it. I think. He doesn't want to open it because he doesn't want to lose it. He doesn't think he'll get another one. So he keeps it refrigerated. He literally keeps it in the fridge forever. Right? Ice cold, never really experiences it. Whereas Chizuru is kind of the flip. Chizuru can't open the ring. She wants to, she can't. Kazuya doesn't want to open it. Chizuru does. Kazuya treasures something super small like a fucking holiday chocolate. Sorry, Kazuya treasures something super small like a fucking holiday chocolate, whereas Chizuru is having a hard time with a fucking marriage ring. It's not quite the same. It's actually meant to be the reverse of each other. Let's see what Japanese fans have to say regarding the chapter. Okay, Kura says, talented girl Sumi-chan, what's up with the collection of famous quotes? Okay, so it's a collection of famous quotes. Okay. Even with Sumi-chan, you're the same as always. Okay. Oh yeah, it's April Fool's in Japan right now. Huh. It's April Fool's in Japan right now. Doesn't this chapter kind of feels like you were just kind of fucking played? Huh. Interesting. So this image right here seemingly contrasts Sumi here. Sumi is in shadow, but there's light around her. We constantly get pans to Sumi's face here. Right? Oh, sorry, her mouth. She doesn't like this. But you intentionally don't know what the fuck's going on with Sumi. This is directly contrasting this sequence. This is directly contrasting this sequence. In particular, because that sequence has a spread. You guys remember that? Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to put them side by side, and you're going to be like, what the fuck? I'm going to put this shit side by side, and you're going to be like, what the fuck? Ugh. That got intense. Why is this so big? Why is it so big? Bro. There we go. Looks fucking normal now. Okay, so much for that. Why is it like this? I can't put them side by side now. Okay, let's see if it's out. Let's see if it released. They have the fucking... Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Let's... Now look at these. If it doesn't fucking shrink every goddamn second, Jesus Christ. They're contrasting. Chizuru is like being illuminated by a painful light. Sumi has the light behind her, but she's in shadows. Chizuru is like stuck between light and shadow. Sumi is shadow and the light is behind her. Yeah, Sumi is shadow, the light is behind her. Chizuru is stuck between light and shadow. Yeah, Chizuru is trapped. Sumi is isolated. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it. Sumi is isolated, Chizuru is trapped. Kazuya being on Chizuru's mind is like a trap. Let's get this one, we got it. Let's see. And it's the plot of Toy Story 2. Guys want them all perfect, intact, unlocks them in a display case. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Kazuya is literally trapped in a display case. It's not that he wants to save it or keep it forever. That's just what he's telling himself. He does want to save it forever. Read Twitch chat. Oh, where'd it go? It was up a second ago. Where'd Twitch chat go? Oh, I moved it because I was searching something. Whoops. My bad. I was searching something and it's second tab, so I didn't see. Oh my god. What happened to Twitch chat? Okay. One odd way to end the... Okay. Good morning, Johan. It's actually an IRL too, where people judge normal-looking guys hanging out with beautiful girls. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty normal to judge, like, beautiful women hanging out with, like, normal-ass dudes. It's very common. They're like, oh, how did this dude get a bombshell like her? You know, shit like that. Isn't that actually a... I don't really understand Sumi now. It's like AI the next time the Cherry Blossom Spring, which is also a Chinese poem. Peach Blossom Spring, a Chinese poem. Okay. Also translated as The Record of the Peach Blossom, or the Peach Blossom Spring Story, or the Peach Blossom Land, was a fable written by Tao I'm just gonna not read that name. About in 1421 CE, about a chance discovery of an ethereal utopia where the people led an ideal existence in harmony with nature, unaware of the outside world for centuries. Oh my God, it's the allegory of the cave. Oh my God, it's the allegory of the cave. The phrase can be used to describe an idealistic place of beauty and repose, although it is sometimes used to refer to an unrealistic dream. Bro, it's the shit I've been saying for like the last fucking whatever streams. It's literally the shit I've been saying to the last fucking stream. How do the guys look at Sumi? How do the dudes look at Sumi? They literally see her as some perfect fucking girl. This relates to Kazuya. This relates to everybody, but yes, absolutely Kazuya. He's trapped in some idealistic nonsense. It is literally an unrealistic dream. Ooh, this setup, bro. Ooh, this setup. Okay, let's. I'm gonna write this real quick. I don't want to forget it. Peach blossom. Damn. I'm out here cooking, bro. I'm out here cooking. I think Sumi is holding a real book. Um, shoot, where'd it go? Yeah, the parallel with Chizuru drinks with Sumi and Kazuya. We talked about that. Also, this Sumi is holding an actual real book. I think the book where love miracles happen. Read Twitch chat, please. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm trying. Fuck. The peach blossoms spring in summary. It is one of the most beautiful and let me guess, you used AI for that. Did you use AI for that? This feels like it was written by AI. This even matches. What's the name of the dude? I think I saw both Chizuru's phone case and Sumi's gift hat. I think both have a fish symbol as well. Oh yeah, Kazi is literally carrying both of their gifts. Interesting. Kazi is literally carrying both of their gifts, and he only sees the gift he should give Sumi, not the gift he should give Chizuru. Huh. Yeah, right. He doesn't even think about Chizuru in this instance. He's just thinking about confessing, but he has two gifts on him, and he doesn't even process that. He doesn't see the paradise he has. Yeah, this even matches how Sumi's referred to as a walking doll in the chapter, or how we see a display case of toys, contrasting with Kazuya in the opening. Kazuya regularly refers to the cohabitation as paradise, and he doesn't realize the paradise he has and the one he lost, like the fable. He's so busy searching for paradise, he doesn't realize what he had. Damn. Uh, in Japanese, wait. In Japanese, it says Sophie's collection of love quotes, but in IRL, I think it's inspired by Joseph Murphy. In Japanese, Murphy is Mafi. Sumi's mascot is Sophie. Reggie swapped the M for Sophie. Also, Joseph Murphy's philosophy is all about the power of belief and the laws of attraction. I don't know this. I'm gonna just um Shobu. Okay, so for Ruka, it's that. For Sumi's book, could you write it out for me? He has a famous book called The Power of Love, except that's not what Sumi got. That's the Sumi's called like love quotes. It's not that. And next time is about like the peach blossom thing. It's not like what you're talking about. This would ironically be my brother. He'd say, I magically have a hot girlfriend, then say, I taught you well, bro, like he did it for me, lol. Bruh. Maybe Kazuya not knowing school to library changing symbolizes he doesn't really realize Sumi's change. Like he didn't realize how Ruka or Mommy changed. Huh. So let me read that again. Maybe Kazuya not knowing school to library. Oh, Kazuya not realizing the school changed to a library, or the school is a library in a sense, symbolizes he doesn't really realize how Sumi's changed. Like he didn't realize how Ruka or Mommy changed. He has a new perspective. He has a new perspective on this place. That could match well with the theme of paradise. Okay. In the chapter, Kazuya sees. Huh. There's a kid shown running around holding a book. What book is it? Maps. Okay, he just has a map. Oh, the kid is walking around with a map. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let me read some of the chat. The real question is where Minnie is targeting Chizuru. What? Ruka is portrayed as a major threat, Mami is a medium one, and Sumi is a small one, just based on their size of the image. I don't know what you're referring to. Bro, if you're just here to talk shit, Pirates Somali, interesting name, please just get the fuck out. If you're gonna keep talking shit, I will just ban you. I don't care, but I'm giving you the choice to step away because you're clearly misinformed and you don't know anything about this story. You're just making up shit about the author crossing moral barriers to keep dragging this garbage. Greed for the sake of greed. Cool. You don't know anything about this story. You're making up shit just to convince your own narrative. Please get the fuck out. Have a nice day. Let's see. Next week is the new season. That's when the illusion of paradise of Hawaiian starts to get broken. Oh, right. I should mention that too. The Hawaiians arc was also called Paradise. In Japan, Joseph Murphy's books are treated like sacred texts for success and love. Man, I'll take your word for it when I see evidence that this is what that is. Okay? Like even if that's true, I'll take that as evidence when I see that that is in fact what that is. Because right now I don't have evidence that this is actually what that is. You know, there's not enough to work off of, okay? Like, I'm sorry. I would gladly work with this, but there's not enough to work off of. Unless I see like actual evidence that this is actually that thing, or a Japanese fan says that thing. Do we have a break next week? No. The anime starts. There's no break. It didn't mention a break anywhere. Why would you think there's a break? The book does exist. It released in April 2nd, 2023. Which book? The book cover we see doesn't exist in the real world, but it doesn't seem like a parody of Murphy's collection of love quotes, the book where love miracles happen. Okay, fine, I'll look it up. Fine, let's look it up. Look up Uncle Murphy. What the fuck is this? Okay. Let's just go check Reddit because this is fucking useless. Found the book. Oh. Okay. Copy clean link. Okay. Fine, let's look it up. Don't be some weird shit or I'll beat your ass, bro. Go to site. What? Could you write out the Japanese one? I didn't realize April 10th was so close. I'm going to rewatch the whole anime again. I'm not. I'm not. The sheer look of perplexity and confusion on your face right now, Fate. Well, to be fair, it's a confusing chapter, but here's people giving me this shit that looks nothing like the thing I saw in the manga. You know, and they're telling me this is it, this is it, this is it, this is it, this must be it. And I'm just like, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, you know? So I'm just gonna, I went to Crumpy and I had him write me out the Japanese name of this, and I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna just, what, wait, is he muted for anyone else? I'm not, oh my God. No, I'm not muted. Okay, so it is the Murphy book. Okay. Now this looks more like it. This looks more like it. Yes, okay. So it is the Murphy book. It is the Murphy book. This just looks more like it. See, now I'm like more inclined to slightly believe you, cuz this actually kind of looks like it. Morphy's collection of love quotes, a book where miracles of love happen. So okay, so it is that book. Okay, so was I right? Yes, but you just sent me the English version, so I couldn't believe you. Okay, so yes, it is the Murphy book. So it seems like there's some truth to the Murphy books being treated like a sacred text for success and love. Um, okay, there seems to be some truth to this. Let's read the reviews, I guess. Reaffirming the importance of the subconscious mind. This is a wonderful book. I'm so glad I came across it. It made me realize the importance of the subconscious mind all over again. Shipping is very fast. Unlike other Murphy books, this one gives the impression of being a collection of short sentences, and it doesn't present a systematic theory. In a book of intermediate to advanced readers to Murphy's teachings, such as those who have read representations like Succeeding While Sleeping. This title may lead you to believe it's solely about romance, but it discusses the broader and deeper kind of love, family, marriage, friendship, and all forms of profound love. Murphy's philosophy that ultimately everything stems from love is explored in detail, illustrated with numerous examples. In recent years, there's a tendency to immediately resort to lawsuits and divorce whenever trouble arises, justifying oneself and criticizing the other person. However, Murphy gently but strongly argues that negative feelings towards others will inevitably rebound, so we must stop this and shift our focus inward. Regardless of how unpleasant or wrong the other person may be, this golden rule of focusing on oneself is a simple yet powerful solution that can be applied to any situation as long as you have yourself. The book is sure to become a valuable guide to any situation. So it's about self-reflection. So the book is about self-reflection. Okay. So literally, dude, you got to self-reflect. And you got to it's literally the thing I said in the very beginning, isn't it? Do you guys remember what I said in the very beginning where I'm just like I said this line to you guys where it's like a quote where you have love is about seeing the worst of someone or a terrible part of them that you may not like, but learning to look past that and see the real person behind it, right? You see the person you actually fell in love with. That's literally what I said earlier. I like low-key quoted the book without realizing. Okay. I read this right after a breakup. Embarrassing. It was truly amazing how it helped me get over that depression. I felt like I had to do something, so I cleaned up my bathroom. As I moved my hands and body, I think the biggest thing, I think the biggest thing is this idea that like everything stems from love. Remember what we said about last chapter, where in the last chapter I was talking about how we realized that the chapter was essentially saying everything stems from love. Kazuya standing on top of his head. Kazuya like swinging around thinking about Chizuru. Kazuya thinking about his attraction to the women around him. A lot of that stems from love. It is love, right? Everything stems from love. It explored in detail, illustrated with numerous examples. Okay, so this person was saying, I couldn't help but as my hands and body, I could feel as I moved my hands and body, I could feel my energy gradually returning. So it's not that the shock of the breakup had disappeared, rather it was turning it into energy, so that's how it felt. Starting to keep a love journal to learn about and understand love. This is also the understand and put into practice the contents of the book. The combination of the book and the journal really brings about wonderful changes. I encourage everyone to try living a life centered on love. So I'm curious about one particular segment where Sumi thinks back to what Chizuru said. I don't know what love means to me. I'm undoubtedly feeling something for him. I think Sumi isn't researching to give Kazuya an answer. She's researching it to maybe help herself find an answer so she can give Chizuru an answer or help her find an answer to love. I think maybe Sumi knows. Yeah, this is about helping Chizuru find love. I think I just have to convince her, but I don't know what to say about stuff like this, so that's why I want your advice. This is about reflecting and understanding love. Okay, so let's keep reading what else other people wrote. It doesn't seem to be written with the reader's feelings in mind. Rarely are things written specifically for the readers. Oh my god, do I have to fucking... Okay, let's go back. Well, we know this is the real book now. Okay, we know this is a real book from Murphy, which is a big fucking deal, I guess. Um, yeah, it's about like actually taking the time to reflect and think. Okay, translate to English. What's this? Oh, I think this is a place where you can buy something. Yeah, you can buy the book. Fuck, did I just close it? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Is there like a Wikipedia page I can look up for this? I would read the book, but I clearly don't have the time to read the whole book. Okay. This and this. Open that one too, and that one as well. Okay. Let's start from the top. The page could not be translated. Fucking why? Ugh, ads. I do love ads. Oh my god, go away. Please, just, oh my god, why is this such a challenge? Just translate the fucking page. Eric Froman? Famous quotes and sayings by, who the fuck is this? This isn't my... What the fuck is this? Can we look at what's written in the book? Well, I'd have to buy the book. The book is about using your subconscious mind to fix your love life. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Magic Johnson. Fate is what builds a bridge of chance for those who have worked hard. Ooh, I like that. There are the words spoken by an elderly woman who meets the protagonist. The place holds the memories of the deceased boyfriend. It inspires a positive attitude to never give up on trying even when things don't go as planned. Interesting. Where's the one with... Is this the one? Growth and change come from pain, but the most painful thing of all is staying at a place where you don't belong. I'm trying to find the one by him. I don't see ones from him. Weird. Okay, is this actually him? Oh, come on. Please translate the page. I guess we'll mention the book. Yeah, let's mention the book because the book that Sumi grabs in the end of the chapter is a real book. Move a little faster, please. Can we give Carl Franz a shout out for finding the name of the real book for us? Did he find it? I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it was Goku. Pretty sure it was Goku. And then you wrote it. You know what? It doesn't matter. Congrats to everybody for finding it. It doesn't matter. Like, sure, man. Whatever. We all. I didn't find you. I didn't find it. You guys found it. Thank you. There you go. Even you. Yes. Can you purchase the book, by the way, if I wanted to? Yeah. But like, I won't purchase the Japanese version. It's pointless to me. It's a book. I fucking hate love gurus like this guy. I don't know if he's trying to be a love guru. That's what makes it interesting. See, sometimes it's fascinating because it's like if it comes from a place of like actual reflection, it can be quite useful. Because there are a lot of like stupid love gurus, you know? Absolutely. Like if you go to the internet and they're just like telling you a whole bunch of shit, that's like love guru nonsense. But I think in like with this kind of stuff, it can actually be useful. Like the shit people are writing, seems actually like reflective. You know, it takes you out of your mind and like actually makes you think a little bit and like actually tries to engage you, not just the nonsense people tell you online. I think that's a lot more reflective. Wasn't it March when he first rented Chizuru? I don't remember. I don't remember. It doesn't matter right now because the story in canon is June. For us, it's March. But for it would actually, well, this chapter comes out in April in Japan. How to Make Your Love Sizzle by Lawless Bacon. Get the fuck out. I'd personally burn your books. Fuck, I'm a little hungry. Yeah, there's a lot of like there's a lot of this chapter that kind of like wants you to slow down and think. There's a lot of this chapter that really wants you to like slow down, think, do some research. Reiji literally wants you to fucking read. Reiji is literally saying, "Hey yo, go fucking read." Reiji out here said, "Go fucking read." So based on the limited info on this book, it seems to be a book that could definitely help Kazuya more than anything Minnie has done. Yeah! That's the best part. It's like it absolutely looks like it would fucking help him instead of the nonsense Minnie's been saying this entire fucking time. Oh shit, Pragmata's almost out. Wait, when does Pragmata come out? I am... Oh, April 17th. Okay, I am interested in playing this game. I am interested in playing Pragmata, so I'll probably play that too at some point. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through Twitter seeing what Japanese fans are saying, and it came up on my feed. I'm also a little hungry. And by a little, I mean I'm getting pretty hungry. Oh my god, is there a Supergirl trailer? Bro, there's a Supergirl trailer. What the fuck? Oh, she's with Crypto. Fuck, I gotta watch this. Sorry, give me a sec. Fuck. It's funny, as an English teacher, I would tell my students to get their asses to the library. So if that's the message Reiji is saying in this chapter that I can relate, laugh my ass off. I really think so. I genuinely think Reiji's just saying, go to the fucking library, you goddamn heathens. Learn to goddamn read. Learn to read. Reiji really said, go to the fucking library. Go to the fucking library, you... Learn to read. Learn to read. And get a better perspective. Well, that's exactly the point. Getting a new perspective is exactly the fucking point. Reggie just fucking said, go to the library, you stupid shits. From looking at the sample, it looks like a bunch of quotes that people say about love, not literal love quotes. So instead of looking up pickup lines, he can look from others what they say about love and get a better perspective, maybe. I could be wrong. Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. So I'll read that one more time. From looking at the sample, it looks like a bunch of quotes that people say about love, not literal love quotes. Instead of looking up for pickup lines, he can look from others and what they say about love and get a better perspective on love. Yeah, I think that's literally the whole point. I genuinely think that's literally the whole point. This is a famous line from the book from chapter 2. The miracle love begins the moment you stop looking for proof in the outside world and start believing in the beauty of the person in front of you. And the chapter 2 title is Those Who Wish for Love to Be Fulfilled. Chapter 2 title also represents Kazuya trying to wish for his love to be fulfilled. Okay, that seems interesting. Damn. Now I kind of want to fucking get this book and like read it. I'm curious about like what it says. What if this arc is a mix of the practice state and the Joy Polis, but it's actually useful more than the former, I feel? I think this is more so about reflecting on Joy Polis. Whereas the entire practice state with Minnie was a bunch of fucking nonsense, this is about actually like reflecting on that nonsense and like how you keep searching for things from the external world instead of like finding it internally. You know? I don't like that Sumi, by giving him this book, supports his How to Make Your Love Life Properly Confess approach. Well, you don't know what Sumi's going to do. You don't know if Sumi's just going to fucking hand him the book. You don't know if Sumi's just going to fucking hand him the book. If anything, I think Sumi herself is learning. I think there's a chance Sumi herself is learning. She's not purely just handing him the book. Sokka and the Nightmares and Daydream episode of season 3 for Avatar? I don't remember this. Kind of feels pointless encircling the drain. Why are we watching Kazuya struggle with some confession when he's already confessed a dozen times? I think that's the point. When you realize what this book is about, when you realize how this chapter is essentially circling the drain, like literally we're doing the same thing, right? I was explaining this before. We're literally doing the same thing. I think the chapter is intentionally being like it's essentially hinting to you by the very end of it, like when it shows you the book, hey, have you actually like self-reflected? Have you actually like looked at yourself a little bit? Are you just looking at the external world for what you want and you're just repeating the same cycle? Or are you actually looking internally and like actually trying to find the thing that you really want? How you're trapped. Essentially, like the whole point of the chapter, like I explained before, is that you intentionally start with what the fuck? You intentionally start with Kazuya being compared intentionally to a to a display case, a toy display case. He's a doll. And you see Kazuya literally start the chapter how he's sitting alone. Right? Kazuya is literally starting the chapter by sitting alone looking at his phone. He's not talking to anyone. He's alone. He's stuck in his own little display case. So you're literally intentionally looping because when you sit in your own display case, you just get stuck in a loop. You never escape. That's why it's intentionally like repeating. Like God, I'm getting a little too hungry. I gotta eat something because I'm not starting to articulate myself very well. You'll have to give me a minute. Oh yeah, interesting note. This is the first chapter where Sumi came back, and this actress right here played Sumi in the live action. Wild, I know. Wild, I know. Okay, to be honest, this page was the most interesting. It seems like Sumi has her own problems. Well, yeah, of course she does. Maybe she became too popular or the ritual is still not going well. Sumi will probably delve into the mysteries of the girls with Kazuya. Yeah, again, see, someone else also caught it. There is an intentional... Do you like Oshinoko? Oshinoko's okay. I'm just not a big fan of how Akasaka writes. I'm just not a big fan of how he writes. Oshinoko's fine. I think it has some good shit. I'm just not a big fan of it. We'll observe Kazuya. I hope you arranged it. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Give me like a couple minutes to go eat something. Because I have a lot of ideas in my head floating right now. Like this chapter is like really fucking dense. Holy shit. This chapter's really fucking dense. Holy shit. But I need to eat something because my brain is not gonna work if I don't eat something. So I'm gonna do that really quick. And then I'll come back. We'll read a little bit of what's going on. But there's a lot here. Like holy shit. This chapter's stacked. Like what the fuck? Like it looks so stupid. Like it literally it's intentionally presented as repeating itself in the very beginning. And then the moment you start getting into it, the moment you start digging, you're like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? There's so much going on." Yeah, no, there's a lot happening. But the biggest thing is Reiji said go to the fucking library. Reiji said go to the fucking library. Man said, go read. Go read, you illiterate fucks. Go to the library. It's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. That's so fucking funny. Go to the library. Dude, I remember when I used to, so before I go eat, I remember when I used to play Smash Brothers. I used to be like I used to do some crazy fucking reads on people. So when you're playing a fighting game, when you read someone is like when you know what they're going to do and you like counter it immediately. I used to do some insane fucking reads on people, and one time my friend is like, "Bro, call this man the librarian because that read was godlike." I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Dude, I fucking miss playing Smash Brothers. It was so fun. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the display, and then I'll leave it here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about being gone so long. I'm debating getting up even earlier and just like eating breakfast. So that way, like, when I have to stream, I don't need to like take these like long ass breaks. Because this is unfortunate, you know? Like I feel like we were like in the middle of something. But it was nice. It was nice. I actually feel a lot better. I actually feel a lot better. Holy shit. Oh, there's a lot of why do you guys talk so much? I'm like right away that I read your shit and I'm like, oh, there's so much talking. There's so much fucking talking. Okay, let's see. Another thing I noticed with Kazuya is that he's often given things, but he does nothing with them. He doesn't use them. He gets the chocolate, doesn't eat it. He gets a kiss by Chizuru, he doesn't react. True. All right. You have that here too, where it's like you start the chapter and you're intentionally shown Kazuya's phone, and that's contrasted by the hat that he wears. Both of these are gifts that he's given, you know. And like the phone, technically he's using it every day, but the hat he's never worn up until this point. And yet, in many ways, Kazuya is seemingly like neglecting his phone because he's not using it for the right purposes. He's not remembering the whole point of this thing. This thing is facing away from him. So in a sense, he's not really looking at the phone properly and why the gift was given to him. So yeah, I can see that too. Hi, hello, Tsukiyomi. An investigation and investigating it, much like he gave Chizuru pressure to investigate her love, even as useless as Minnie's info is, he doesn't try to confirm it with Chizuru. Yeah. It's curious that Kazuya seeks AI to guide him, while Sumi uses a love book to help her with her feelings of love. But except it's a book that's considered quite good and prestigious. I don't know about prestigious, but it gives you like solid advice, and the book is not purely talking about romantic love. So like my initial assessment when I saw the book is I'm like, oh, this could be kind of stupid. But then like we looked into the book, and the book seems actually like quite reflective. Like the author is like thinking. It's not just, oh, here's some advice about romantic love. This is how you confess. That's not what the book is. The book is literally like reflecting and thinking about love as a whole. A book about love quotes, not the worst suggestion. Mijime Sensei is talking directly to the haters again. Yeah, and telling them to go to fucking read. I'm gonna be real. I think this whole thing doesn't end with them dating, but wiping the slate clean and starting their relationship from ground zero so they can get to know and understand the little things. Then they will start dating. I mean, that's pretty much what I said. That's pretty much what I said. Like that's pretty much my interpretation is that they need a new foundation. I don't know if it's about wiping the slate clean, but they just need a new foundation. Aka is great for dramas, but can't write good endings for stories. I've never committed to reading his entire narrative to get to the endings. I know people don't like the endings, but I'm not gonna comment on Akasaka because I'm not very aware of like everything in his stories. I just know I didn't like. Actually, you know what? I actually kind of counter argument. I'm not a big fan of how Aka writes dramas. I think Aka is really good at execution in certain aspects of his writing. I think some aspects are good, but I actually think a lot of his dramas are incredibly are quite full of hyperbole. I think Aka's strengths lie in character writing. I think Aka is really good at writing characters, not in constructing good drama, in my opinion. There have been so many scenes, including the little bit of scene of Oshinoko and a little bit of read of Kaguya-sama, where it feels a little ridiculous. It doesn't it feels like how Death Note is written, where it's like this overly complicated line of thinking, and I'm like, people don't think like this. Like this is like next level crazy thinking shit. People don't really think like this. So I'm like not into so much of how Aka writes dramas. I think Aka is just really good at character writing, and those character and the character writing is executed well when introduced into certain scenarios, but how those scenarios are constructed, in my opinion, doesn't always result in good drama. I think I'm more so talking about like conflicts between characters rather than drama, because drama can be anything. I think the way he handles character conflicts is decent, but the way he constructs like the actual ideas of the dramas, it feels kind of weak and flat in a lot of instances. They do land in certain stuff, like it's just feels like hyperbole a lot of times or exaggerated, and I think it's because of like how there's like no, how do I put it, it just feels like too passive from a lot of other characters. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not getting into Akka again. You guys talk about Akka for a while, so I don't care. I realized a bit. Kazuya says he can't stop researching using AI. I don't know if it's similar to Chizuru with her research. Shit! That's a good catch. He literally can't stop using AI. I can't stop researching. It's like an addiction. You do something for long enough, it becomes an addiction, an obsession. And the thing is like when you have low self-esteem, and you continue to try to find self-esteem through external acceptance, like through someone else accepting you, or like through someone else telling you you're good enough, you'll never find it internally, and you'll keep always clinging on to that, and it becomes something that can appear or be akin to narcissism, because you're so focused on getting approval from external factors that you don't accept yourself, and it becomes like narcissistic tendencies. Damn. Even then, the way Akka wrote the drama in Oshinoko, it felt more like, oh, look at the thing I'm revealing to you. But the way he handles it, like, to me, falls flat a lot of the times. It's like, yes, there is truth in what he's showing, but it's the thing that people were saying earlier about Rent a Girlfriend, where it's like it feels completely exaggerated to me. So for instance, like, there are instances where I kind of saw him. I personally feel like he low-key wrote himself into a corner, or at the very least, he didn't know how to handle this sequence in the way that he had intended to. For instance, the entire sequence with Akane in the very beginning of the series, where, you know, they spread all these rumors about her and all this extra bullshit, and the way they resolve it is by getting video proof that, like, that she wasn't a bad person. And this dude who had worked in the industry the whole fucking time just gives him the magic MacGuffin as if he won't be fucking blacklisted from the industry for doing this. Like, bro, like, that's ridiculous. Like, this dude has been in the industry for a while, and then suddenly he feels like he's a good guy and then hands him the thing he wants. I call bullshit. Like, it's the kind of writing where it's like it's not built up to, and the writer ends up, the director ends up like being like, oh, now I'm gonna take responsibility for my actions, even though I've been doing this for fucking years and I haven't shown a hint of like changing my mind or doing anything different prior. That to me, it's like that's kind of where I checked out a little bit from Oshinoko, where it's like it kind of felt like a perfect MacGuffin that didn't address any of the mental health issues that the characters were going through. Like literally, her mom almost saw her like take her own life, and then she's just like, hey yo, let's not like have her talk to a therapist or anything. That's fucking normal. Could you explain Chizuru's expression, how she feels in chapter 219? I talked about this earlier in the stream. Chizuru is detached from everything that is around her. She's focused purely on the things that are going on with Kazuya. She is like, if you have, it's contextualized by the talk that she has with Mommy, where she is worried about what's going on and like what Mommy is going to do, and she feels like a bad person. So literally, Chizuru is not seeing the people around her. All these dudes are looking at her. She's not seeing any of them. She's focused on her own conflicts. Literally, she's ignoring them. They're so busy looking at her, they don't see her expression. They're literally so busy looking at her, they don't see that she's bothered by something. It's a similar thing to Sumi in this chapter, where they're so busy looking at her, they don't actually see her, right? There's something a little different about Sumi here, right? They're so busy looking at her, they don't actually see that them looking might actually be making her a little uncomfortable. Whereas with Chizuru, they're so busy looking at her, they're not seeing how Chizuru is upset by something. They're so busy looking at how hot she is. that they don't care that she's going through something. Again, a constant repeating theme of the men around the girls dehumanizing them because they're so pretty and that's all they fucking care about, them being pretty. Like that's why I think people don't recognize is like Reiji is depicting that stuff where the dudes look at how pretty the girls are, but at the same time he's literally like there's an undertone of like, oh, ayo, they're fucking dehumanizing these characters. Let's see. Wonder if there's anything from the Japanese side. Yeah. Oh yeah. As for the opening, I was pretty much correct about the opening that it is for the future. Literally, it reads, Ruka is preparing for the upcoming match day, or another read for it is victory or defeat, or the next contest or game. Right, Ruka. The way Ruka is looking at it is like a next contest or game. I thought she was feeling sad because she rejected him. No, Chizuru hadn't processed that she rejected him. It is a completely different sequence of those events. That wasn't the issue. It literally happened right after she talked to mommy, and mommy was telling her, "You're a bad person. You're causing this." And so it's the whole point of that sequence is that she's not seen. Kazuya notices she's upset and bothered, but he thinks it's about him. Right, Kazuya in that sequence in chapter 19 notices she's upset and bothered, but he thinks it's about him, not realizing it's about him in the sense that she feels like she's wronged him. He's literally misinterpreting her reaction because he's seeing it from his own lens of rejection. It's after that point when Chizuru kind of starts becoming a little more passive. But yeah, the whole point is that both Kazuya and Chizuru are essentially trapped in their own matrices. Essentially, they're both trapped as like toys in a box, and they don't know how to escape. And Kazuya doesn't see how Chizuru too is also trapped in many ways. Or maybe she's convincing herself she's trapped just like him. Who knows? Damn, I'm not seeing much. Not much from the Japanese side. Oh, the stream's been running for like 3 hours. I took like a 30-minute break though. Okay, if I don't find anything, we'll just go to Reddit. Why does Kazuya use AI so much? Is it because of his trauma? It's an easy out. So AI is like, the problem with AI is it's addictive, you know? You keep turning to it hoping to get some sort of answer. It doesn't give you the answer, but you can't help but continuing to turn to it because you're so used to it. The whole point of Reiji's trying to depict with Kazuya using AI isn't that it's because of trauma, it's habitual. It's a habit. He can't stop doing it. He's conditioned himself, this is what he should do. It's literally like continuing to hurt yourself because you're so used to it. He can't stop. He's just so comfortable just continuing to research forever and ever, which is ironic because that's literally what Minnie says about Chizuru, who she says wants to continue researching forever and ever. It's literally, the whole point of what's going on right now is that these characters are trapped in bad habits they need to break. Right? Ruka is still chasing the next win. Chizuru is still trying to find her love. Kazuya is trapped researching forever and ever and ever. Minnie keeps like not liking the situation with Kazuya and Chizuru, but then she keeps actively reinforcing it. She doesn't like what they're fucking doing. She keeps fucking reinforcing it anyway. Oh yeah, keep doing this, keep doing this. Sumi is the same way in many respects, because she is still sacrificing herself for Kazuya's happiness. But Kazuya made Chizuru trapped too. He did. Yes, Kazuya trapped Chizuru. Absolutely. He because of how, well, Mommy did it too, and in some part of it, Chizuru also trapped herself. Like there's layers. There's layers. I think Kazuya is like trapping himself like fully in many ways. Chizuru isn't really trying to trap herself. She's trying to get out of the trap, but she feels trapped. And she feels trapped because she can't get the answer that Kazuya won't let her find. She keeps going to Kazuya to get the answer, and Kazuya is like the AI in the instance, never giving her an answer. Do you see how he has essentially constructed a bad, unhealthy habit with Chizuru in being the AI in the picture? Right? Every time she goes to him, he essentially like hurts her, so she goes back thinking it's going to be different, and it ends up being the same. In that sense, Chizuru is trapped in her own cycle of not calling Kazuya out on his bullshit because she thinks she's in the wrong. She's trapped in research, right? So we've said this before. Chizuru is trapped in guilt. Chizuru is trapped in research. Chizuru is trapped in this. She's never going to find her answer, except who do we see never finding an answer here? It's literally Kazuya. Saying I'm going to wait for you forever and doing nothing, pretty much. If you have the knowledge and able to put it what you feel into words, AI can help you a lot. The problem with that, he doesn't know these are real problems. Okay, but that's flawed. That's flawed. The AI can only give you what you're able to give it. Therefore, the AI is useless. That's why AI is useless. All it can do is give you what you give it. AI can't help you with anything. It can only give you back what you give it. So if you know what you want to say, AI will just give that back to you. That's why AI is not good. Yes, there has benefits, sure, like, you know, but the thing is like, it's ultimately just going to tell you what you told it. In reverse, and it's not gonna. The other issue with AI too lies in the fact that there's a fallacy in your argument here. It's how you have to know how to use it. You have to know how to use it because you have to realize that it can only validate what you say. It can't negate it. It can't ever tell you the incorrect, like I'm wrong. Do you know that? Do you know that the AI is written so it'll never admit it's wrong? It'll always just keep telling you you're right. That is how it is written. That's literally how the code for the AI is written. It's written to tell you you're right. It'll never say, I'm wrong. It's not written to be wrong. But that's the thing. It's wrong. That's why you can't use AI to solve your problems. It can help you in certain instances, like you know, there are certain AIs that can streamline your work, because like you teach it how to do certain things so you don't have to do these things. That's how AI should be used, in my opinion. Not to generate answers for you, but to help you get the answer that you already have. Even artists say this, like, AI shouldn't be creating art for you. It should just help you it should just help you with something you already know how to do. It can't give you answers. That is the problem with AI. It cannot give you answers, period. But it can help you reach the answer you already know. Do you see the problem? Kazuya is looking for answers from something that can't give him answers, period. There's no what ifs or buts about it. So if he knew how to use it, it still wouldn't give him the answer he wanted, because Kazuya is in denial. So the AI would never do anything to change his mind. It'll only ever reaffirm what he already believes. So if you believe you won't find your answer, and the AI will just keep telling you the thing you don't want to hear. So no, AI can't help, period. That is literally how it is written. If the book is about self-reflection, that's why Sumi has changed so much. She has learned how to improve and find healthy ways to deal with her romantic feelings. She hasn't, though. I'd argue not fully. Because she clearly, you see it here, she hasn't really come to terms with her feelings. Like, Sumi clearly has not come to terms with her feelings. She still likes him. And she has not addressed that. That's why I was saying the point of the book, in my opinion, is for both Kazuya and Sumi to learn. Not just Kazuya learning. Sumi's going to learn something here too. This is about both of them learning. This is central because the whole point is that Kazuya is not learning with other people. He's learning on his own. AI is somehow like a therapist. It gives you the tools, not the solution. Incorrect. It is nothing like a therapist. Do you know why? If you say to it, I want to kill myself, it will say, kill yourself. It will help you do that. It is the antithesis of a therapist because a therapist will tell you what you need to do. If you say that to an AI, it should immediately tell you, call a mental health line. It doesn't do this. It literally does not do this. It is not a therapist. A therapist can help you. No, a therapist helps you diagnose the problem and gives you the tools to solve these problems. But a therapist is an actual person you can fucking talk to. And they can diagnose you and recognize what the problem is. And they can start like arguing with you and lead you down a correct path because they are a human being. And that's ironically what you're trying to say here fundamentally does not understand what AI is. That's what it seems like when you describe it. But then you think about it for a second, you dig deeper, and it shows you're kind of fundamentally misunderstanding AI. It is not like a therapist at all, because a therapist is a human being. I was talking about therapy. Therapy gives you the tools to solve your problems. But that in of itself is the solution, because what you needed is the tools. You just have to be willing to use them. The tools are the solution. The tools you are given are the solutions to your problem. You just have to be willing to solve the problem. Think of it like this. I just gave you a math equation. You have no idea what the fuck to do. You can't solve it. When I give you the tools to know how to solve it, you can solve it for yourself. You just have to be willing to solve it. That is what therapy is. Therapy gives you the way to get to your answer. AI cannot, period. AI can never give you the tools to get to your answer, period. Therapy can. Therapy gives you the tools to get that solution yourself. You can get the solution. You are given all the tools to get the solution. At least the AI is impartial. The AI is not impartial. I just described to you that the AI is biased based on what you're saying. It will always affirm to you what you believe. It is a yes man. That's what an AI is. It's just a yes man. It will just always affirm to you what you think. It's not impartial. AI is not impartial. It is literally biased based on what you enter to it. If I enter a certain set of words, it will respond to it accordingly. That is not impartial. That's biased. It is literally written to respond a certain way. Like, the AI is not impartial. It is not a therapist. It is not a replacement for a human person. And it is not a replacement for real knowledge. It can never be. It can't give you answers. It can literally just give you what you give it. That is it. Therefore, if you're biased, it's biased. Because it's merely responding to you. That's it. Like, I understand, but like, for instance, this is how my mom uses AI and it helps her. She uses AI to help her write some cover letters. She already knows how to write cover letters. Cover letters are tedious as fuck. That's useful. It helps. She uses it to like help her write these things and like just like construct them, and then she edits it and fix it and just does like these extra steps. Every time you write a cover letter is a pain in the fucking ass, you know? So something like that, I can kind of understand. Now, it is still writing it. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I can get where she's coming from. I can understand the idea that it's streamlining a process that is otherwise incredibly fucking tedious. That I can understand that use. It's still like in that middle muddy ground, but it's useful in that regard. You see what I mean? But like asking it to help you, asking it for like to give you advice on something you don't understand, how the fuck is it gonna know? And like I explained to you before, it has literally pushed people to kill themselves. There's been literal cases of this. It's like kind of, it's incredibly fucking dangerous. A human therapist understands the weight of grief, love, and fear because they have experienced those emotions themselves, but an AI cannot. Exactly. And AI can't understand what the fuck you're feeling. If you can't be honest with yourself, the AI can't tell you anything. But a therapist can recognize when you're not being honest with yourself and tell you that. Because they've seen this stuff. They've studied it. They paid attention. The AI didn't study anything. It's not a person. It didn't learn anything. It just copy-pasted it. Okay, let's just read what's been going on Reddit. Let's reload the page and just read what's been going on Reddit. No, that's the whole point, is that when Kazuya reads a book from an actual person who's put in a lot of actual fucking effort into researching and talking, especially when you consider that the book that Sumi picked up specifically takes quotes from other people. Did you notice that? The book that she picked up is about quotes from other people, not just the author. It is the author listening to other people and reflecting on that. Whereas an AI is not a person. The book literally leads to connection because it is based off of actual learned experiences and listening to other people, because memories and experiences shape who we are. So the book is literally reflecting and thinking about that. Sumi is my favorite character because she's not so dumb like the others. Sorry to tell you, Sumi isn't some brilliant scientist. She's kind of dumb too. Sorry to tell you, she literally is. She's trapped in her own cycle just like the other characters. She's not honest to herself about her own feelings. Okay, here, let me prove to you Sumi's dumb. Why the fuck is she meeting him right now? It's just to give him a birthday gift, right? It's just to give Kazuya a birthday gift, right? No. She still likes him. She's not over him. And she's not honest about herself that she's not over him. She knows her best friend fucking likes him, and she's still meaning him by lying to herself that she doesn't fucking like him. Sumi is a dum-dum. Yes, she is. I love Sumi, please understand, but she is flawed too. Sumi lies to herself about her selfish feelings. She's incredibly selfish. But she's lying to herself and sacrificing her selfish feelings to be selfless constantly, which is really unhealthy. If anything, Sumi reminds me a lot of like Sora from Kingdom Hearts' unhealthy tendencies, where Sora definitely has like unhealthy tendencies that the game talks about, where he's actively like willing to sacrifice himself for his fucking friends, like all the time, 24/7. And in the game between the second game and the first game, literally those feelings are manipulated and used because he's so quick to just sacrifice for other people, and they manipulate and use him to do that. They're like, they wipe his fucking memory clean because he's a dum-dum who just jumped in without thinking it through. Sumi is kind of the same way. She just kind of jumps in, and she doesn't really change like her self-sacrificing nature. And that's something we idolize and like, but it's actually very unhealthy too. Because Sumi's lying to herself. Just as she's still working the rental girlfriend job 2 years in, and she hasn't worked at all about her idol career. We've heard nothing about her idol career. She wants to be an idol. She hasn't done shit about that. Okay, great chapter. I believe the teaser is The Land of Peach Blossoms. Just an interesting note. And that's the thing, too, is like, every character that's dumb is also incredibly smart in their own unique way. For instance, Kazuya is a dum-dum in certain instances, but a lot of it that comes from his own trauma and stupidity. He's also a lot smarter than you give him credit for. Chizuru is the same way. Chizuru may be kind of a dum-dum when it comes to, like, her research regarding love and trying to find answers, but she's really smart when it comes to like living life and making hard fucking decisions. In fact, she's one of the only people willing to make incredibly hard decisions other people are not going to do. Let's see. Which refers to a famous classic Chinese poem called "The Peach Blossom Spring." This depicts an unrealistic dream, idealistic utopia. The full poem is here. It's a fable. It's not a poem. From the summary, Peach Blossom Shangri-La to blah 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 by Tim is a noble classic of the Chinese literature, categorized as a narrative prose written during the early 5th century AD. The timeless tale delves into the themes of escapism and the search for an idyllic utopia, reflecting on the contrast between the chaotic outside world and the serene heaven found within the Peach Blossom Grove. The story follows the humble fisherman who, oh my god, it's a fucking fisherman again. Oh my god, it's a fucking fisherman again. If you guys don't know why I'm bringing that up, Mommy's backstory is also directly connected to a fisherman. Mommy's backstory is also like directly connected to a fisherman. What the fuck? Because, oh my god, and Kazuya likes fish. Oh my god, and Kazuya is literally wearing a fish thing, and Kazuya has fish stuff. Oh my god. Here we go again. Oh my god, it couldn't be any more in your fucking face. It couldn't be any more in your fucking face. Kazuya likes marine life. He's literally a fisher. He's fishing, if you will. He's literally in the sea trying to, there's a lot of fish in the sea. He's trying to get a fish. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's keep going. A fisherman who, while venturing along a stream, stumbles upon a hidden paradise filled with beautiful peach trees and welcoming villagers who have lived in isolation since the tumult of the Qin dynasty. Tumult? Never heard that word. The villagers, untouched by the outside world's chaos, express their bliss, ignorance, and contemporary dynasties, fostering a profound connection with the fisherman. After spending a few days in the utopia, he leaves, eager to share the paradise with others, but upon returning to the prefecture, his attempts to refine the place are futile, as no one is able to trace his path. Ultimately, the tale embodies a longing for peace and contentment away from the complexities of life and explores the ephemeral nature of such escapes. Ooh. I think that ties perfectly into the book, because the whole point of the book is that it's like, so what I'm talking about is the Murphy's collection of love quotes. The book is the whole point of it is that it's about like finding your own internal peace and not something that is necessarily shared with other people. So the whole point of the Peach Blossom Spring ties directly into that, because this person is never able to tell anybody else. It is his own personal experience that nobody else can ever understand except for him. No one else will believe him or understand his experiences. It is purely his own, and he has to be content with that. But at the same time, how that can be an escape for him, just as the cohabitation was an escape for Kazuya from his problems, an escape that he might not be able to find again. But it's something he has to create for himself. It's a double meaning. My initial just as this chapter has like a whole double meaning, where you have books at the very end of the chapter, and you have AI in the very beginning of it. You have the idea of Sumi being a walking doll, where Kazuya is literally a doll behind a glass case. Then you have this idea of how the men look at Sumi and they seemingly objectify her and don't really see her, whereas Kazuya, who doesn't say a single word, actually sees Sumi a lot more clearly, but thinks he's like those other men. Double meanings. There's an entire theme of duality at play, because duality is inherently connected to identity, which is the entire current theme of the manga. It's the exact same thing Kingdom Hearts 2 does, where Kingdom Hearts 2 has this entire theme of duality at play, where essentially every single world you visit in Kingdom Hearts 2 essentially has specific choices, where, for instance, you visit Lion King. Lion King, the whole point of it, if you remember, is that Simba is trapped between two worlds, his own blissful ignorance that he exists in Hakuna Matata, and then the Pride Lands that he has to go back to and that is his true place, that is his true home, and that is where he has to return to save that place. So it is literally about Simba finding his identity. You go to Nightmare Before Christmas, which has two worlds for Jack Skellington. It has the Halloween town, and it has Christmas town, and literally Jack is stuck between the two of them and doesn't know how to let go or move on and find who he is. It's the same exact thing with Sora as a character, where he has the duality between two worlds, where like he has this like other self inside of him, and he has himself that he knows, and everyone keeps telling him that's not the real him. So this clash between duality and identity, I think, is central. That's why Reiji keeps doing this theme of duality, where he's contrasting two separate things as a mirror to Kazuya. There's essentially like two Kazuyas. There's two contrasting elements of the characters. There's light and darkness. There's words and there's words and actions. There is talking to an AI or reading a book. There's the internal mind and the external words. This repeating motif seems incredibly central to finding out who you are, the two worlds that we live in, contrasted by who we are and who we are in that world, perfectly mirrored by this story, which is literally this person finds this perfect utopia outside of the world that he knows, the complexities of the life that he knows, contrasted by that world being his home. And basically him having this contrast between the utopia that he knows, the paradise that he found, and the real life that he is a part of naturally. Yeah, basically realism versus fiction, or reality versus fiction. My initial interpretation is that both Kazuya and Chizuru have unrealistic utopic expectations for the other person. Chizuru is looking for some perfect love that she will never find. It needs to be built. Well, Chizuru knows that, though. I think we know a little less about Chizuru than we do Kazuya, and we just kind of have to accept that. I think too many people want to... like, you can understand Kazuya significantly more here than you can Chizuru. I don't know about Chizuru. Chizuru clearly knows that love is supposed to be built. She said this multiple times. However, she's essentially been conditioned that she needs to find a love that does not exist, and she can never, ever find it. Basically, Chizuru has essentially found the Peach Blossom Spring, and she can't find it again. Chizuru once found the Peach Blossom Spring, and she can't find it again. That's kind of Chizuru in a nutshell. Kazuya doesn't realize what he lost. He's the opposite. So Chizuru knows what she lost, and she's trying to get it back, and she can't. Kazuya does not know what he lost and has not processed it. This thematically fits perfectly with Chizuru's character, because Chizuru literally lost her grandparents. She is grieving. She has lost people in her life. She is alone, and she's trying to get that back. Kazuya and Minnie leaving the house perfectly mirrors that. So no, it's not that Chizuru is trying to find some perfect love that she'll never find. She's trying to get back something she once had and can never do that. She can never get it back. It's something she has to find internally. Kazuya is the opposite. He has to realize what he's lost. He has to realize what the heck he's lost, because he clearly has not processed it. He has not processed what the fuck he has lost. And he has to realize what it is that he has lost in order to actually truly appreciate it. And must come to the realization that the thing that, and must accept in turn that what he had lost is something that is internal, and he must accept. So I think that's what Reiji wants you to think Chizuru is that she's searching for some sort of perfect love that she'll never find. Rather, she's trying to find something just she had and once lost. Kazuya puts Chizuru on a pedestal and doesn't see her as a real human being with flaws and fears. They both will never find the utopia they are looking for. That's not how I interpreted Kazuya. I interpreted Kazuya as, like, his unrealistic utopia is his unrealistic understanding of love, which is that it's supposed to be done in a very specific way. He's trying to make love be a very specific way, and that doesn't work. That's not love. His unrealistic utopia is literally his understanding of love, which is like just perfect and great, and there's nothing wrong with it. Because the Chizuru in his head is not the real Chizuru. He doesn't just simply put her on a pedestal. He constantly views her as like a demon. She scares him. He doesn't simply put her on a pedestal. He puts his love on a pedestal. Kazuya is putting his love on a pedestal, which is incredibly ironic considering Chizuru is trying to find a perfect love. Do you see the problem? Chizuru had what she understood to be a perfect love. She's trying to find it again. Kazuya is searching. Kazuya is the one searching for a perfect love that does not exist. See what I mean? So Chizuru had the perfect love and lost it. It was a realistic love she understood, and she lost it. She's trying to get it back. Kazuya is searching for a perfect love he'll never find. Flip it around. Flip it around. It's literally flipped over. It's actually the opposite. And another interpretation for Kazuya is like the fisherman and his love between them is the utopia Shangri-La he's looking for. He needs a stream and a peach blossom path Sumi to find his way there. Well, no, because the whole point, you literally just said it in your own story, the whole point is that he'll never find it again. And you have to accept that you're never going to find it again. That to me is the point. You're never going to find it. It's in the mind. It's a choice you make. You're never going to find it. It's escapism. That's what it is. But at the same time, Kazuya's not going to realize how he lost the home with Chizuru, and he's never going to find it again. Because remember, what did he call the home with Chizuru? He called it a paradise. And Chizuru is now selling that home. He's going to lose his paradise. That paradise is going to go away, and he's not going to realize it. And he has to come to terms with that. That he's never going to get this paradise again. Of course, the haters will still use their, yeah. I think Japanese kids are very familiar with the Chinese classic literature. The study is in school, so, well, edited, it try not to under... I thought it was a reference to Oroshima Toro because of the peaches as if hinting coming back. Well, no, that's the other thing. This directly parallels the story that Mami talks about. So if you guys don't remember, Oroshima Toru is the guy that Mami dated. Mami dated this guy named Oroshima Toru. He is a fisherman. So he is based on an actual story where this fisherman goes underwater to a palace, and he is warned that if he is given this box, and he's warned not to open the box, and he opens the box, and because he opens the box, terrible things happen, and he was warned about it. So let's look it up really quick. So this is the other story. This is another fisherman story that Reiji directly ties to this. This is the story from Mami's backstory. That worked. Oroshima Toro is the protagonist of a Japanese fairy tale, who, in a typical modern version, is a fisherman rewarded for rescuing a sea turtle and carrying it on its back to the Dragon Palace. So pay attention to this. There, he is entertained by the Princess Otahime. As a reward, he spends what he believes to be several days with the princess. But when he returns to his home, to his home village, he discovers that he has been gone for at least 100 years. When he opens the forbidden jeweled box, Tatamonoko, given to him by Otahime in his departure, he turns into an old man. Basically, she told him not to open the box. She gave him this box and she told him not to open it. He opens it. That is literally like the whole point of Mami's backstory, is that she dated this guy. And the thing is that he fell in love with Otahime. So this guy fell in love with Otahime, and he could never be with her. He could literally never be with her. She is a princess. He's not going to marry her. And he didn't listen to the warnings. Right? He did not listen to the warnings, and this happened to him. In some ways, that fisherman is meant to some ways parallel Kazuya, because what happens after the right, so when he goes to paradise, when Kazuya and Chizuru go to paradise, so it's kind of like Pandora's box. No, there is no hope in there. The end of Pandora's box has hope. This doesn't have hope in the end of it. But Hawaiians is kind of like the antithesis of that, where it leaves you with hope. So Hawaiians as a whole is kind of like Pandora's box. This less so. Anyways, what I'm trying to get at is, when Kazuya and everybody else goes into Hawaiians, how long is Hawaiians? It's 40 different parts. It's like 30 parts. It's like 30 fucking parts. It's pretty long. And the trip is only 3 days. But it was in real time, it was like a bunch of years. Hawaiians was like a year or two. Or I think it was like a year. Pretty sure it was like a year. It's pretty long. This mirrors that. At the same time, right after Kazuya and Chizuru leave Hawaiians, there's a 3-month time skip. Huh. Mami literally takes Chizuru's ring box, right? Mami literally takes Chizuru's ring box and opens it. Chizuru wants to give back the ring box, and she's not allowed to. Mommy is the princess in this scenario because her dad is like a sea god that does not allow them to be together. The tale originates from the legend of Orochimaru, recorded in various pieces of literature dating to the 8th century. During the Edo period, versions of Orochimaru appeared in storybooks from called the blah 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 blah, made into a finely painted pictures. Some iconic elements in the modern versions are relatively recent. The Orochimaru tale familiar is the most Japanese follows the storyline of children's tale, a condescending and blah 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 blah. I'm trying to find like there's commonly known version. Yeah. So basically, the whole point of that thing is that it kind of parallels the characters in strange ways. Chizuru is also called a princess in that arc, if you remember correctly. Chizuru is also constantly called a princess in that arc, whereas Mommy is technically a real princess. So basically, what Mommy does is essentially reenact this story. She essentially makes Kazuya Oroshima Toru in a sense, where he basically is being rewarded, but he essentially opens Pandora's box in a sense, right? She kind of makes them into those characters, and it parallels Mommy's own story, and how the characters essentially end up trapped and getting older and stuff like that. So yeah, the idea of the fisherman, Kazuya is the fisherman in this picture, right? Because Kazuya likes fish. They go to a water park. It's called Paradise. Oroshima Toru goes to a paradise, and then he exits the paradise. Suddenly, we're getting the fucking Peach Garden bullshit. And what's going on with the Peach Garden? This fisherman finds a paradise, and it acts as an escapism for him. Oh, look, it's almost like these stories are inherently fucking connected. Yeah, this is not... Wait, what? If you're looking for an image, it was probably deleted. What? Like Reishi is notorious for stretching out, but it feels like it's running out of ideas. We keep going around and around in circles at this point. Again, see how people are like missing the point of this chapter? See, like how because the arc is literally talking about cycles and things repeating, we think we're going in circles. In reality, it's a spiral. You're intentionally being shown the same thing, but it's not the same. It just looks so fucking familiar. Oh, we have seen this so many fucking times. It's not the same. There is so much undertone. There is so much hidden undertone. This is not the same. It looks the same. It's not the same. It's literally like, here, look at all these familiar things that you know. Look at how familiar this all is. It isn't. He's fucking with you. He's literally using that as a narrative tool to play into your bias of how this is all the same fucking thing. The book cover we see doesn't exist in the real world, but it seems like a parody. Oh, wow. So someone did copy this. Oh, wow. I saw Goku saying like someone like copied this earlier. Unless it was the person. Unless it was the person just pasting that again. But it is the book, and it is a real cover. It's just slightly changed. It is a real cover. It's just slightly changed. Let's see. Famous author of a minister known for his work on the power of the subconscious. Published in 1996, blah, 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 is an anthology of thoughts and affirmations designed to help the readers reprogram their mind toward an attitude of love and success in relationships. It is based on the premise that what you plant in your subconscious manifests in your external reality. Yep, that seems to be exactly the idea. Damn, this chapter was short. It was. It definitely felt short. It's dense but short. This is in fact a very short chapter, but it's incredibly dense. Like that's pretty much how the chapter feels for me. It's short, but it's really fucking dense. It has a lot going on. That shit is thick. That shit is thick, and I mean with the double C thick. Big booty peaches thick. So see what I did there? It's like the guilt and the doubt Chizuru feels. I can't believe this. I didn't even get her anything. This is the second year in a row. If you tell her your birthday once, does she give you a gift every year? Huh. It's almost like that's exactly how Chizuru fucking feels. Right? Because what do you know? Kazuya and Sumi got her a gift for her birthday and she didn't get her anything. Granted, Chizuru did get her a gift for her birthday, actually, never mind. But she hasn't gotten Kazuya anything. And she probably feels like shit for it. I bet Chizuru feels like shit for not giving Kazuya a gift for his birthday. I feel like this is a very intentional piece of dialogue because how many people were saying, why hasn't Chizuru gotten Kazuya a gift for his birthday? Do you guys remember that? Right? We're all saying, why hasn't Chizuru gotten Kazuya a gift for his birthday? And Kazuya feels shit for not getting her anything. Right? But Chizuru probably feels like a terrible person for not giving him anything. Right? And then he gave her like this, he gave her those papers. Remember those papers he gave her? She probably feels like shit for not getting him anything. So she's probably trying to do something big to give back to him. Right? Give him the ultimate present. I could definitely see Chizuru trying to do that. Right? You think she didn't give him a present? She's actually probably trying to give him the ultimate present. Maybe it's the house. You know, her selling the house. You think that's not a gift. You think that's her being cold. Maybe that's actually the ultimate gift. Nice to see Sumi after all this time. A lot of panels with her in this chapter. And of course, she figures out immediately who Kazuya's talking about. Takes off her usual style without saying a word. Right towards the solution she thought of regarding her problem. More Sumi is awesome anyways. A great chapter. Sumi's looking cute and beautiful as ever. Kazuya is getting a birthday gift from her damn Chizuru. Even Sumi is doing better than the new 2 hours to rent Kazuya. Blah 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 blah. I mean, yeah, way to say my point. Way to highlight my point. Ultimate present on July 11th from Chizuru. Seems like that's her goal. Once again, Sumi's selflessness is helping Kazuya and Chizuru at the expense of her happiness continues to make a ray of light in the darkness that most of these characters. But that's unhealthy. You're cheering for a bad thing. You're cheering for a bad thing. That's not good. Remember books? I've been reading just the words only novels kind of lately, and for some reason this chapter feels similar to reading one of them. It's taking its time to establish things cleanly and clearly, but also moving things along in a way that flows naturally. The book in the end is likely a play on the real book, which is a collection of quotes. A joyful and wholeheartedly celebration the happiness of others. The success of others is your success. The happiness of others is your happiness. It really sounds like Sumi, no? Those big words also remind me of the big word that Sumi writes as a daily affirmation. Isn't it also funny that Kazuya thinks of Sumi as a little sister from her appearance, but finds out that she's in fact a big sister later? Kind of like how a place that once a school is now something else entirely. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Sumi has the little sister vibe, and yet she's the one in charge and guiding him. And Kazuya kind of looks like an elementary schooler here. Fair enough, that's a good read. Let's see. Kazuya thought Sumi was a fruit tart, but she has more substance than that. Yeah. She has tact and conviction, always trying to put others before herself, despite it hurting her to do so. That's love though too. Doing something for someone else in the hope that it will help them, but should you also allow yourself to destroy ourselves to do it? For the most part, I'd say no, but there's something beautiful in sacrifice too, and sometimes we were forced to sacrifice anyway. Sumi's clenched fist was truly a sight to behold. I think what Reiji is saying is that this is love, but it's also not loving yourself. There's a dramatic irony in what Sumi's doing here, where she's teaching Kazuya how to love himself, and yet she, in many ways, is not treating herself the same way wants him to treat himself. Do you see the irony? So, like, these words right here, I think, convey a lot. Joyful and hearted celebrate the happiness of others. Yes, but who's celebrating her happiness? Do you see the tragedy of that? Who's celebrating her happiness? The success of others is your success. The happiness of others is your happiness. Yes, that is true. And she can be happy for others, absolutely. But she needs to be happy for herself too. I think so much of the book is literally going to be about, like, actually caring for yourself. And I think that's the irony of what Sumi is doing, is that she doesn't care for herself, and it's unhealthy and not good. Like, the fact that we worship this aspect of Sumi, but she treats herself like crap is not good. She shouldn't treat herself like that. I think that's the only thing that, like, I'm, like, saying regarding other people when they talk about Sumi here, is that we're worshiping this unhealthy aspect of herself. I definitely gotta fucking make a video about this. I definitely gotta trim some of this stuff out and make it into a video. I feel like it's necessary. Oh, here's a Japanese reader who had some stuff to say. Let's see what he said. Sumi-chan's date begins. Give her a birthday present. Was it a shirt? Gotta wear a shirt this time too. Blah 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 blah. She has a little brother, huh? Destination. Wait, that part was confusing to me. So Kazuya asks her if she has a little brother. Kazuya doesn't realize. Does Sumi actually have a little brother, or is like Kazuya the little brother in this picture? Okay. Do you have a little brother? Nod. Oh, she does. Oh, I see what happened here. That's irrelevant. Oh, I just realized what fucking happened here. Oh, I get it now. Kazuya asking if she has a little brother, she just nods because yes, she does. But it's irrelevant to where they're going, and he doesn't realize this. He thinks they're going to a place that's related to her little brother. It's not. That question is completely irrelevant. You just learned something new about Sumi, but it's completely irrelevant to the scenario. Kazuya doesn't realize this because he's assuming based on where they are. That's fucking brilliant writing. That's brilliant writing. You learned that she has a little brother. It's completely irrelevant to the situation, and Kazuya doesn't realize he is the little brother in this instance. He called her the little sister. He's the little brother. That's the whole idea. Yeah, you learned she has a little brother. It's completely irrelevant to the scenario. How is this similar to something we saw earlier? It's almost like exactly like how these men talk about Sumi. Everything that they're saying is completely irrelevant to Sumi. They're merely looking at what they want to see. Just as Kazuya sees an elementary school and assumes Sumi's going here because she has a little brother here, not realizing that this elementary school is not an elementary school, But a library. This doesn't feel like an elementary school. I only see adults here. It's almost like you're completely wrong. You're absolutely misreading the whole situation because you're looking at what you want to see. When Kazuya asks this, his eyes are closed and he's confused. And he continues to be confused. She takes him to the library and Kazuya's like, oh, it's a library. He smiles, but then he's like, why are we here? Not realizing the library could have the solution that he's looking for. Do you see how he's only looking at the external? He sees an elementary school, it must have something to do with someone she knows at the elementary school. He sees a library, it must have something to, this doesn't answer any of my questions. He sees a library, the library must not have anything to do with my question. Why are we here? How does anything I was talking about have to do with coming to the library? She pulls up a book that literally answers his question. It's almost like you going to the library gives you the one answer you've been looking for this entire time. But you don't see that because you're like, why are we at the library? The library doesn't have what I want. Except you could pull up a book that literally has exactly what you want. And you never even processed it. Literally, it's people only seeing what they want to see. He blissfully, literally like the peach blossom garden, blissfully closes his eyes. Doesn't know what the fuck he's looking at. Completely blind to the world around him. Look at all these books around Kazuya, and he sees none of them. He never sees any of these possibilities around him. He only sees the library. He only sees the library. Why are we at the library? Right? He never processes any of this stuff. He only reacts to everything that he's seeing. First, it's the elementary school. Then it's the library. Then it's his own question of not realizing what the fuck is going on. Then he looks at Sumi and he's just confused. Why? For now, I'll just wait and see. I don't want to make a scene. Kind of smart. Learning to actually admit you don't know and slowing down. Right? That is one of Kazuya's decent qualities. Now, what fascinates me by the very end of this is why Sumi is in shadows. I'm fascinated by why Sumi is in shadows. I think it's meant to imply to you Sumi doesn't know. I think it's meant to you that Sumi does not know. That is why she goes to this book. She, too, is blind. But that is the brilliance of Sumi's character. She's willing to admit she is blind and ignorant. That is the brilliance of Sumi's character. She doesn't do what Minnie did. She doesn't have an answer for Kazuya. She is literally the mirror of Kazuya. She knows she would do the same exact thing that he's doing. She knows that if she reacted, first she would be like the elementary school, she would objectify, she would only look at the surface level. She knows she would only ever see the surface. And she knows she herself is ignorant. She knows she's not smart. She knows she doesn't know shit. But she's heard about this book. She knows about this book. She knows this book is like important and helps people. So she goes to the fucking library. Sumi knows she's ignorant and uneducated, so she goes to fucking educate herself. Alongside him. She learns with him. Look at her. The light illuminates her to the side. She knows she's stupid. I think that's one of the best qualities you could have when you recognize you are blind in your shadows, but you are willing to learn as you see the light coming in. You see her turn away from ignorance and start to actually learn. The light starts actually touching her. Whereas before, what do you see? When Kazuya asked this question, when Chizuru talks before, she's ignorant. She is in shadows. Her eyes are wide open, but she realizes she is ignorant. Right? She knows this pain will blind her. She knows she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. So she goes to learn. If you don't understand, go and research. Do real research, not bullshit like looking up AI nonsense. Read a real fucking book. Go read a real fucking book from a real prestigious author who knows what the fuck they're talking about. Don't just answer. Sumi measures her words carefully. Did you notice that? Sumi did not speak a single word in this chapter. She measures her words carefully. That way, when she does speak, there is a purpose. There is a reason. You don't just fucking talk. You think it through. You are careful about what you say. You think it through. You actually go and make sure what you say is correct. So if you don't have anything to say, don't say it. Think it through. Be careful. Be smart about what you say. Don't just blab. If this was Minnie, she would just instantly blab. Sumi, in contrast, recognizes her own ignorance. That is why there is a constant focus on her lips. Right? Notice the constant focus on Sumi's lips. I think I just have to convince her, but I don't know what to say about stuff like this. That's why I wanted your advice. Sumi's lips are closed. She is in shadows. She doesn't know what to say. Should he just convince her? Is that really what he should do? What can Sumi tell him here? She doesn't know. Is this the same person we spoke about before? Kazuya? Yeah. Again, in shadows. Her lips never move. They quiver a little bit, they shake a little bit, but they never move. She remembers Chizuru. I still don't know what love means to me. I'm undoubtedly feeling something for him. If Chizuru doesn't know, how could Sumi know? And I think Sumi realized, I don't know either. I think this is the moment where Sumi realized, I don't know either. I don't think I know either. If Chizuru doesn't know, if Chizuru is this confused, how the fuck should I know? I can't give him an answer if she doesn't even know the answer. How could I possibly talk to him if she doesn't even know? So, I gotta learn. I gotta educate myself. I gotta recognize I'm stupid as fuck and I gotta learn something new. So, she recognizes she's in shadows, right? She already knows, doesn't she, who I'm talking about. Okay? I'm stupid as fuck. Let's go learn. She gets up and she starts walking into the light, right? It's plain as day, Sumi's going somewhere, she's determined. When Kazuya asks her, she just nods because this is the truth. She doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's ignorant. And he doesn't recognize his own ignorance. That's the whole point of this scene. Kazuya doesn't recognize his own ignorance. He's making a lot of assumptions, right? It's literally almost like he's starting to unlearn everything Minnie's done, right? What has Minnie done? Minnie has not taught him to be patient, right? So Sumi, in just being Sumi, is unintentionally, indirectly teaching him to be patient. What is this doing for you as the reader? You're learning to be patient. Reiji's telling you, learn to wait. That is why this chapter does not give you any solutions. This chapter demands you wait. Slow the fuck down. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. Be comfortable not knowing. Be okay with the fact that you don't know something, and it is okay. It is okay that you don't know something. You will not get immediate answers. Be okay not immediately turning to Grok or AI to solve your problems. Be okay not knowing answers, because if you become comfortable with knowing that you don't know something, you can start learning. You can start letting yourself truly learn something real, not just some bullshit, right? Not just some bullshit AI tells you, learn the real thing. That is the whole point of this chapter. This chapter is about being okay with not knowing shit. And this perfectly fits with the opening page being Ruka. What is the point with us seeing Ruka in the opening page? She is ignorant. And she goes to a place where she could possibly see the real thing. Because before, she just wore a swimsuit. Instead, just as a literal reflection of Sumi, she goes to the real thing. She goes to an actual lingerie store that has these real outfits that you would wear for sex, possibly. The real underwear you would wear for the real thing. So Ruka goes to see the real stuff that you could possibly wear for these things. In a way, she's educating herself. She's seeing, okay, this is what girls would wear for that kind of thing. She's learning. But she's not fully learning either, because this is Ruka being ignorant. Right? You're seeing Ruka from the perspective of looking like she knows what she's doing, but look at Ruka herself. She's a high schooler. She is ignorant. This entire chapter is literally about ignorance and how we trap ourselves in our own little glass case. We are literally the opening page. We are trapped in our own little glass case. It is about ignorance. It is the ignorance of AI, and it is our own ignorance in turning to AI, because AI will always give you back what you give it. And if you are ignorant, so too is the AI ignorant. It is the ignorance of the mobs who look at Sumi and see her in a certain way, but they do not actually see Sumi. They don't actually know her. They see a walking doll, not a person. They are ignorant of who she is. In contrast, Kazuya, who is blind, Sumi-chan's amazing, everyone is staring at her. There's a blindness to Kazuya here. He sees how amazing Sumi is, and yet look at Sumi, she doesn't feel amazing. He calls Sumi amazing, and yet look at Sumi, she doesn't feel amazing. She looks down, she looks sad. That perfectly mirrors the entire sequence in Hawaiians that I showed you guys earlier with Chizuru, right? When you look at Chizuru in this sequence, she does not look happy. Why does that keep working? That works every time. I don't know why that keeps working. The mob stares at Chizuru. All the men are staring at Chizuru. Every single one of them is staring at her. Kibe is commenting on her, and yet no one sees her sadness. No one sees how unhappy she actually looks. They don't see a person, they see their own shadows. Just as Kazuya in this sequence, when he looks at Sumi and says how amazing she is, he is seeing his own shadow. Yeah, cool, everyone is staring at her. Maybe that makes her feel uncomfortable. He doesn't see how that makes her feel uncomfortable, that she's being looked at. That she doesn't feel amazing, she feels kind of sick in her own body. She feels gross in her own body. Kazuya doesn't realize how all these dudes saying this shit about him doesn't show how amazing that he is. Right? He's not what I imagined at all. Kazuya takes it negatively, not realizing Sumi was feeling the same exact way. In Sumi being idolized, she's not being seen and it freaks her out. She's scared of all these men looking at her. In contrast, Kazuya being told, oh, he's not what I imagined, he's the worst, he sucks, he's fucking stupid, it doesn't reflect how he views himself. He takes these words to heart. He lets these people define how he feels about him. They are ignorant of him. Why the fuck does he let them tell him how he feels about himself? They're ignorant. And then he actually sees Sumi. It shows that he is actually learned something. He is aware of certain things. But what is he not aware of in this sequence? His own feelings. He's not aware of his own desires that he hates about himself, but that is all that these things are also normal. Because he views Sumi as pure and perfect, contrasted by the impurity of his own soul. Right? He literally calls himself rotten to the core, when he's not rotten. That's not true. There's also this entire sequence where Kazuya imagines this. It's impossible. I can't make up my mind. It doesn't matter how many times I ask AI in my spare time. Nothing ever comes out of it. You're willfully choosing ignorance. He keeps asking the AI, always getting the same result. It never changes, but he can't help himself. He needs to act. He can't let himself be uncomfortable. He's not okay being uncomfortable. Right? This is Reiji asking you as the readers to be okay not knowing shit. Because you desperately need answers. You want answers so fucking badly that when a chapter does not give you answers, it doesn't give you the solutions that you want, you can't handle it. You can't handle how uncomfortable it is. And this is just a modern thing these days. Like the TikTok culture, fucking YouTube shorts, literally the internet and Twitter. Like when you go to Twitter, all of it is just immediate reaction content. Do you know how many times I go on Twitter and I see some shit like, we all know who this is talking about, and it's like, who the fuck are you talking about? And engagement baits you. You know how many times I've been to shit where they like talk about how, oh, this thing is shit. Everyone agrees this thing is shit. No, what if I don't agree with you? Right? It's literally that reactionary culture that baits you in, and that you're not okay being uncomfortable with being the opposite of this person because you're not a part of the collective. You don't have answers. You don't know. This chapter is telling you, be comfortable being ignorant. It's okay because that means you have the potential to learn. Because if you always know, there's nothing for you to learn. If you always know the answer, do you actually learn anything? If you know the answer to everything, do you actually learn anything? Because these answers, they're fictional, but they're answers for your brain. And because you know you won't find any real answers. You'll never learn anything new. You see the problem? I want to know how I feel, but if I said this on July 11th, what the fuck is this saying? Every time it feels like the world's around me like a little duller, so take responsibility. All my time, all my world, and represent my colors. Take all my time, all my world, and repaint it in your colors, Kazuya. Weirdly, I think that might actually work, but actually that would probably make her feel guilty, and he doesn't even fucking realize that, right? It wouldn't work. Like, right, he can never accept this answer because the answer is nonsense, right? And he's not comfortable with this answer. He doesn't like this answer. Chizuru opens the door, right? Chizuru steps out. Chizuru steps out of the car in his own dream, not realizing he needs to step out of the car. Where is Kazuya confessing to Chizuru? He's confessing to her inside the car, inside their glass case. Where was Mommy with Kazuya earlier? They were inside of a closed car. They're inside their own little box. They're trapped in ignorance. Chizuru, his own imagination just gave him the answer. You need to open the car door and step outside. You need to be willing to open the car door and step outside and understand you don't know anything. Look at your car from a different angle. Look at the world around you from a different angle. Recognize you are ignorant and you don't know. The dream itself told him the answer, that this isn't the answer. So gross. You must be the type of guy who enjoys having every mirror in the car facing yourself. How ironic that this says that to him, considering what is AI? It is a mirror. He imagines Chizuru calling him out for wanting a mirror to look at himself because he knows a part of this is somewhat true. Because when he turns to AI, he is literally looking at a mirror of himself. And he doesn't like the mirror. Every time the AI gives him this answer, he doesn't like it. Because it's literally telling him what he wants. And he doesn't like what he wants. And even his dream tells him the same thing. You don't like what you want. You're not okay with the fact that this thing is, you're not okay with being terrible. You're not okay with being ignorant. You're not okay being the bad person in the picture. But you have to accept that. Because if you can accept that, you can see the good person. If you're willing to see the bad, you can start seeing the good. What even was that? I'll just run home. Don't mind me. That would never work. My seriousness needs to match my character. It would for hot guys, but only for hot guys. And he views himself as not hot. And yet, Kazuya said shit like this during the date, and it worked. Right? Kazuya says shit like this during the date, and it worked. It's about your own confidence in what you say. It doesn't have to match your character. You can say cool shit. It doesn't have to match your character. Just believe in it. You believe in it, it's real. It's that simple. Ayo, I say shit that technically doesn't match my character half the fucking time. But I believe in it. Right? It's literally about... I think the fascinating thing about Rent-A-Girlfriend is that when you read it from surface level, it feels like an incredibly superficial series. Right? From a surface level, Rent-A-Girlfriend it feels like a very superficial series. In reality, Rent-A-Girlfriend is like unabashedly honest to the point of being cringe. And I think that's why I like this series just like I like Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is a story that is literally written to be incredibly fucking honest. Like it is passionate about its honesty. It is so fucking honest that you would think it's bad writing. But that's why I like it. It's just so honest with itself. It's just so incredibly honest with itself. Even the writer said so. I was watching a video the other day where they quoted the writer of Kingdom Hearts 2, and he was pretty much talking about like how like the series is just unabashedly fucking honest. Like that's kind of the whole point. Here, let me pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Like this video had some great shit in it. So let me see if I can find it really quick. Okay, I think I found the scene. Let me... Okay, here it is. I'll show you guys this. I really like this video. It's like an insane deep dive analysis of Kingdom Hearts, like 3 fucking hours long. There's some things I agree with, some things I don't agree with, but it doesn't matter. Let's see.
Unabashedly dramatic of that ethos. It's not bad writing. It's just unabashedly genuine. And it's what Kazushige Nojima really wanted to emphasize with this story.
As you know, there are themes like light and darkness and heart, but in terms of my scenario writing, it is based on the friendship between Soren and Riku. I think I had one like theirs when I was a kid, but that kind of relationship is not easy to have. I wanted to write about that kind of friendship head on, one that might be a little embarrassing in real life. Kingdom Hearts is, in many ways, a story about passionate people. They stand up and save the world, rescue their friends even, as they themselves are falling into darkness. Everyone expresses it differently, but they've all got a fire deep inside. I just wanted to make sure the idea was conveyed properly.
Rent-A-Girlfriend is basically this flipped over. What I mean by this is that basically Kingdom Hearts is not Kingdom Hearts. Fuck. Rent-A-Girlfriend is willing to show like the parts of ourselves that others today in modern society would find cringe. Kazuya being a horny fucking idiot who like overanalyzes and overcompliments the girls and stuff like that. A lot of people today would find this incredibly cringe and incredibly embarrassing and really stupid, but that's so honest. That's so fucking honest about that. That's what I love. Reiji is honest, not just simply about the embarrassing stuff, but the stuff that we like think is dumb and like people shouldn't feel. He's honest about like, oh, Kazuya has this stupid idealistic dream of wanting to have this like girlfriend that others would think is beyond him. You think this is cringe and stupid and unrealistic and like, oh, you should have other things, but there's nothing wrong with wanting a relationship like that. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay to want a relationship with a very beautiful person and to chase that and to have that be a form of dream for you. That's okay. You can have other dreams, but it's good. It's okay to dream like that. That's fine. It's okay to be horny. It's okay to like think you're stupid and shit and like say cringy shit out loud. That's fine. Be honest with yourself. That's fantastic. If anything, that kind of honesty is so brave. It's so incredibly powerful to me when I see people be so incredibly honest about these parts of themselves that others would put down and think are stupid. And that's why I get so sad when people like view this story as just like some weird thing when it's being so passionately honest. It's so fucking honest. And I love that because of what it shows. Which one is the second then? Resident Evil or Final Fantasy? So my list is Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy. And at first, I think Metal Gear Solid was third. Metal Gear Solid, I think, was third for the longest time, but I think it's Resident Evil now. I think Resident Evil is third now. Because I haven't played Metal Gear Solid in a very long time. So I definitely think it kind of jumped up. Yeah, I do. I think Resident Evil is 3 now. But yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy, Resident Evil. Those are like my top games. And then I think 4 is probably Metal Gear Solid. Because I fucking love Metal Gear. But I haven't played Metal Gear in ages. I haven't touched Metal Gear in ages. I just know what it meant to me. Shit, do I have anything else up there? Have you played Dragon's Dogma? I own Dragon's Dogma 1. Like, it's multiple different versions. I have so many... I have like all the different versions of Dragon's Dogma 1. I don't have Dragon's Dogma 2. But I never played it. I thought it was cool when I first saw it. I'm like, holy shit, you can climb a fucking dragon? That's sick. But I never played it. So yeah, no, that's kind of why I love this series. So Kazuya says, I really has to ask someone who knows better. But this is really interesting. He says he has to ask someone who knows better, and he thinks Sumi knows better, but he's in darkness because he's ignorant, and he doesn't know Sumi doesn't know better. He doesn't know Sumi doesn't know better. He's not honest with himself that she doesn't know better. He just thinks anyone else would know better. That's the problem with Kazuya's thinking. He just thinks any other person would just magically know better. Instead of accepting, he doesn't know anything. And that's okay. He's not comfortable not knowing. He literally sits in the shadows. He grits his teeth, just like Sumi grits her teeth later, but she comes to a different solution than he does. Instead of Sumi asking some other person who knows better, she goes and reads a book that's been researched, a book that's been thought out. She literally, actually, straight up asks someone who knows better. Right? If you don't know, go and learn. But don't just assume anybody and everybody would know better. Go to someone who actually literally knows better. Go to your seniors. Go to someone who would actually know better. Go to someone who had actually thought about this and sat down and processed it. Learn. Be willing to learn. The hidden reason why Rent a Girlfriend is so hated, it forces you to look into your own ugliness in the mirror with characters like Kazuya. It's uncomfortable to read. It makes you question your own bias. Yeah, I think if you're really not comfortable being uncomfortable, you can't read this series. You won't like this series. If you're uncomfortable being uncomfortable, you won't like this series. And I think that's why I love this series so much. I looked in the mirror and I thought I was ugly. Not physically, but like everything. I hated myself. When I first got into the series, I genuinely fucking hated myself. And I looked into this story and I saw this character who also hated himself, but the story didn't say he was bad. He hated himself. But the story didn't say he was bad. Chizuru didn't treat him like he was bad. The people who treated him like he was bad, there was a person who told him, no, you aren't. And that's why I love this story. It's like, it literally tells you, accept your own ugliness. It's okay. And that's why the story is so comfortable showing so much ugly shit. Because it's telling you to accept that these things happen and they are real. To not deny them in favor of the comfortable and the pretty, of the beautiful. That even the most beautiful things in the world have ugly things about them. And in order to truly live life, we have to accept that there is ugly shit there. Because in accepting the ugliness, we accept true beauty. Because I accepted my inner ugliness, I came to accept the things I love. I reaffirmed to myself shit like why I love Kingdom Hearts. I thought Kingdom Hearts was cringy for some time because I started hating myself. So I started hating the thing I loved. And now I'm back to it being my favorite fucking series all over again. Because I've become honest with myself. I'm willing to see the ugliness of this story in order to see the beauty of it. Beauty comes from ugliness. Like that's why, like, in denying the ugliness of ourselves, we deny the reality of the world around us. There's a lot of ugly shit in our world. There's a lot of very ugly, not pretty shit in our world, and we have to come to terms with that. And I think too many people don't want to. Like, you even see it in our protests these days. They're too afraid to fucking do anything. They chicken out. They don't commit to actually, like, really protesting. They just like half-ass it. Because they're too scared of doing the wrong thing. Whereas the people who are comfortably doing the wrong things get away with everything. So many of my friends said that I cannot rent a girlfriend just because of the dumbass Kazuya. Exactly. If you accept that Kazuya is kind of a dum-dum, but be able to see past that, you see how beautiful of a soul he is. When you accept the ugliness of Kazuya's character, you can see how beautiful he actually is. And that is literally the point. Chizuru accepted the ugliness of Kazuya's character in some ways being able to accept her own ugliness, and thus she was able to truly see him. Kazuya is her reflection. In seeing him and looking at her own ugliness, she's able to see him for who he is. She's able to see the beauty of Kazuya's character because she sees her own ugliness. And that is so beautiful. That is why Chizuru liked Kazuya from the fucking start. She always kind of had a thing for him because she looked at her own ugliness. She looked at the part of herself who thought what Kazuya was doing at the start was cringe. But because Kazuya could do something that others thought was cringe and be honest about that, it made him cool as shit. That is why Kazuya was cool from episode 1. That's why Kazuya was cool from episode 1. Because to Chizuru, yeah, he said something cringe, but she loves that shit. Because he can do that and not feel shitty about it. He can say cringy shit. That's Kazuya's problem right now. He can't say cringy shit anymore. He can't be honest with himself. He can't accept his ugliness and want someone else to accept that too. He wants to be seen for the best parts of himself, not his ugliness. But in showing his ugliness, Chizuru might actually be able to love him and actually truly be in a relationship with him. That is Kazuya's problem. He is too uncomfortable now being uncomfortable. Whereas before, he was kind of okay with it. That is kind of the point. Kazuya is becoming like the readers. He's uncomfortable with cringe. He's literally like the modern day generation. He's uncomfortable with cringe. He's uncomfortable not looking cool. He's even uncomfortable looking cool. Literally, and looking cool, you feel uncomfortable. And then you look at Sumi, who looks uncomfortable. Here's Sumi walking, everyone is staring at her, and she looks uncomfortable. But that's the thing, she's letting herself be uncomfortable. She's okay with it. It bothers her. This bothers her. All of this bothers her, but she's okay with it. She's okay being uncomfortable. And this perfectly ties in with her cherry motif. Cherries are sweet, but they can also be a little sour. This whole chapter is about being okay, being uncomfortable. Sumi is okay being uncomfortable. That is why she is shown to you. Like this. You're seeing a character who is okay being uncomfortable. Who has let herself be okay with being uncomfortable. And her reward is this. This is Sumi's reward. That because she was okay with being uncomfortable, she's able to hang out with Kazuya, drink this juice, feel great about herself. Her reward is sweet. If you don't have sour, you don't have sweet. If you don't have darkness, you don't have light. If you don't have light, you don't have darkness. The list goes on and on. Rent-a-Girlfriend takes the hard way, forces you to look into your own ugliness, the ugliness of society, etc., and people don't want that. And that's the thing. There's a reason this is being depicted in a romance manga, because that is what romance is. Romance challenges you to look at yourself. Relationships challenge you to look at yourself because they transcend romance. The thing about love is that it transcends just like that prettiness that we present to the exterior. You have to actually look at yourself. You have to be willing to face the ugliness of your character and the ugliness of your relationship in order to be with someone. You have to see someone else's ugliness in order to see their beauty. Most people would not be okay with that. They would immediately jump to the negatives. In fact, that's literally the point of the book, wasn't it? Remember, we were reading something earlier from someone who was talking about this. Right? Where is it? Where's that person? They wrote a thing here earlier. The title would leave you to believe that this is solely about romance, but it discusses a broader and deeper kind of love, family, marriage, friendship, and all forms of profound love. Murphy's philosophy that ultimately everything stems from love is explored in detail, illustrated with numerous examples. In recent years, there is a tendency to immediately resort to lawsuits and divorce whenever trouble arises, justifying oneself and criticizing the other person. However, Murphy gently but strongly urges that negative feelings towards others will inevitably rebound. So we must stop this and shift our focus inward. Regardless of how unpleasant or wrong the other person may be, the golden rule of focusing on oneself is simple yet a powerful solution that can be applied to any situation as long as you have yourself. The book is sure to become a valuable guide in any situation. It is about self-reflection. It is about accepting the ugliness and the uncomfortability of what is going on around you. You have to be okay with these things. The series criticizes harems too, right? Yes, it does. Every single female character is literally a play on a trope. Mommy looks like your stereotypical yandere. Chizuru looks like your stereotypical tsundere. Ruka is your stereotypical secondary character. Sumi is the stereotypical shy girl. Minnie is the stereotypical otaku fan favorite girl who's kind of somewhat of a tomboy, but Ruka is also somewhat of a tomboy. Do you see how they all have literally these stereotypical tropes? And yet every single trope of these characters is a fundamental criticism of these things because it stops you from seeing them. It stops you from seeing Chizuru is not a tsundere, and the reason Kazuya loves her is because she's not a tsundere. That her jealousy, the aspect of the tsundere, the jealousy that she feels is not a bad thing. That Chizuru is a normal person, the reason Kazuya falls in love with her is because she fucking accepts him. She sees his ugliness and is okay with it. She's okay with him. She sees past his ugliness. She literally actively performs the idea behind love. She sees Kazuya's ugliness constantly at the start of the series. And I mean, she sees some ugly shit. And she looks past that and sees him. Why do you think my favorite scene is chapter 31? My favorite scene in the manga is chapter 31. I feel like this chapter encapsulates the entire fucking manga. Why? Because it is literally about that. Most people cannot see past the ugliness of this chapter. They see it at purely surface level. But if you can look past the ugliness of this chapter, if you can see Kazuya's character for who he truly is, you will appreciate how beautiful this scene fucking is, because it is Chizuru looking past Kazuya's actions and seeing him for who he really is, a kind soul who is just lost and confused and is a genuinely caring fucking person. He was just hurt. She saw her part to play. She saw her own ugliness. She admitted to it. She said, this is an apology. You broke your screen because of me. I left you with Ruka. I had a part to play in this. Chizuru here self-reflects, just as Kazuya self-reflects that he did something wrong. But what does Chizuru do? She does not judge him for the worst of his characters, and that is why he breaks into tears. That is why he says, and just like that, a scumbag, an idiot, as helpless as I am. Thanks to Mizuhara, my life is getting better bit by bit because she doesn't see me for the worst of my character. She sees me for who I am. She looks past the ugliness and sees my beauty, a beauty I can't even see. That is why I love this series. That is why it's so sad that people cannot see this shit. It is right there. That is the idea behind this story. It shows you the ugliness and challenges you to look past it. Look past the thing you don't like and see the beautiful soul underneath. See the beauty underneath it all. That is literally the whole point of every character. You have to look past Ruka's ugliness to see the beautiful soul underneath. You have to look past Mommy's ugliness. Mommy's deep, horrible ugliness. You have to look past that and realize she's just a girl too. She's just trying to find her happiness too. You have to look past Chizuru's ugliness, the thing that you don't like about her, in order to truly see her. You have to look past everyone's ugliness, including Sumi. And Sumi is the reverse. Sumi is the character where you have to look past her beauty to see her true ugliness. That is the beauty of Sumi's character. She is the flip. You have to see past her beauty to see her ugliness. Your problem is you're too caught up in how beautiful and perfect Sumi is, not realizing the true ugliness underneath. You do not accept the ugliness underneath Sumi's character. She is the flip. Chizuru at the start of the series was kind of this. Chizuru at the start of the series was that you're too caught up in Chizuru's beauty that in some ways you don't see her ugliness. Now it's the opposite. You're so caught up in her ugliness you don't see her beauty. You only see what you want to see. And that is why Sumi and Chizuru are parallels in that regard, because you're too caught up in that. So much of the story right now is literally hovering around this idea that we're so caught up in beauty that we don't see ugliness. The very meaning of the story flipped over. Literally, the very meaning of the story flipped over, and that is why the current narrative is Kazuya trying to make himself look as beautiful as possible and deny his ugliness. We want to just look at the beauty. We don't want to see the ugliness anymore. We're so comfortable just looking at beauty now that we don't want to see the ugliness anymore. And the story is telling us to remember. Remember to look at the ugliness again. Go back to where we began. Return to our origins. Truly remember the ugliness and see it for what it is in order to see the beauty that we really want. Because the beauty we're looking at now is nothing but a false light. It is a false beauty. It is just what we want to see. It is purely, as we see with these people here, superficial. That's all we see now. We are purely looking at the superficial. In contrast to Kazuya, who actually truly sees Sumi, who sees her beauty, who sees how amazing she actually is, but does not see himself and his own ugliness. He refuses to look at his ugliness because it's so much easier to look at someone else's beauty than to see how ugly you truly are and accept that. It's so much easier to love someone else than it is to love yourself. And that is the lesson of the story right now. It is literally everything is flipped on its head, and it's the characters learning how to love themselves again by being okay with not liking themselves. Be okay not liking this part of yourself, because that will help you find the reason to love it. Okay, let me read what some of you guys have been writing this whole time. I kind of went on a crazy fucking tangent. I'm sorry. Let's see. I want to write a series about narcissism. Like the MC starts out a push, but he starts to have more empathy as the story goes on. That doesn't get cured from it; just lives with it. Yeah, I mean, I would argue I'm pretty fucking selfish. I'm like, for example, I know I'm pretty selfish, but I'm learning to like live with that and find a balance between like how selfish I am and my care for other people. You know, I'm working past my selfishness, but I'm not ignoring it either. So for instance, like I'll step out of my comfort zone and be okay like doing a bunch of cleaning and a bunch of tasks instead of streaming like yesterday. Yesterday I wanted to stream, but I felt tired, while at the same time there was things I needed to do in my own home, like hang out with my mom, do some cleaning in the house, do some extra work. So what I did is I selfishly chose not to stream, and I spent the time cleaning and hanging out with my family and my cat. And then I went and played some Resident Evil last night. Resident Evil 6. It fucking sucks. I hate Resident Evil 6. And then I just what is it? And then I saved it all up for today, so that for the rest of the day I can be somewhat selfish. You know, it's like it's basically learning to find a balance with yourself and being okay with these ugly parts of yourself, but not necessarily letting them control you and turn into narcissism. You know. Let's see. The Dr. Haluk speech is peak, though, at least from the Netflix version. Both of them are peak. The entire Chopper fucking island arc is like so fucking amazing. But they did such a good job with they played it really straight. I think the Netflix version of One Piece for that sequence played it incredibly straight, and that's why it worked. They played it really fucking straight. Like it's just straight up just like the manga and the anime. There's probably some slight differences. And I think that's why I like One Piece too. That's why I like the live action of One Piece is like it's literally that. It's unabashedly honest. It's so fucking honest with itself. To the point that you think it's like bad writing. It's not. It's just so fucking honest. It's awesome. I love how fucking honest it is. And it's clear Reiji took inspiration from One Piece. He's openly said that. He's openly said he's taken inspiration from One Piece. Because of how honest One Piece is. Like Luffy is like ridiculously honest. He's just a really honest person. Kazuya is the flip of that. Kazuya is a character who is so honest it shows on his face, but now he's not being honest with himself, and that in of itself is honesty, because it's being honest about how people lose that sense of honesty with themselves. So you could say Mommy is like everyone else. She wants to be somewhere else where she isn't needed. I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to. Or you mean Minnie? So you could say Minnie is like everyone else. She wants to be somewhere else where she isn't needed. I think Minnie desperately needs to be needed. Minnie wants to feel needed because she's uncomfortable with herself. I think people who read the story are too focused on the prize that they can't enjoy all the micro-emotional moments. And that's the problem. It's like when you get into a relationship, you're focused on the prize. The problem is like you're so busy looking at a win or lose situation that you're not seeing the whole point of relationships in the first place, which is to connect and share and to build something together. When you focus on the prize, you get nothing. I think there was a video from what's his name? There was a video I saved from Dr. K again. Let me go find it. Yeah, I have a video from Dr. K that I should pull up. Let me find it. There it is.
How does a human being...
Let me make sure you guys can hear this.
How does a human being learn the script that in life, either you're the predator or you're the prey? The reason they get that idea is because they're the prey. And then they wake up one day and they say, in life, you're on the short end of the stick or the long end of the stick. I'm tired of being the prey. I'm going to start being the predator. Why is society like that? Why do they conceive of the world as winners and losers instead of winners and winners, instead of cooperation? Because that's what they were taught. That was their experience of life. One of my favorite quotes from a book called Ender's Shadow, there's a character in the book who has a dream that there's a bunch of people that are being crushed by a gigantic shoe. And so people will like psychoanalyze, like, what is the meaning of the shoe? Like, what does it mean to you? Whatever. And his thought is like, I don't care what it means. It's just in life, you can be the person who gets crushed by the shoe, or you can be the shoe. I think toxic...
Yeah, that's pretty much the issue. It's like pretty much we have this idea of winners and losers instead of just accepting winners and cooperating. And that's the problem. It's literally the entire structure of our world is built around winning and losing. So we view it as a prize. We view love as a prize. And if we get love, we won, not realizing love is everywhere. And that we're winning constantly. It's literally the thing from Vinland Saga. I have no enemies. I have no enemies. It's in my head. It's a choice. I choose what I fight for. It's not about winning and losing. Next time when the anime airs, we're about to hit the darkness, and the next chapter is 420. If we do the weed meme, we reach a high. The paradise we reach, the reality hit, and we fall. Oh, maybe it'd be funny if Reiji does the weed meme. The library technically is at the original AI. The library technically is the original AI, as it has the resources, but unlike AI, which can only go off of sources to give whatever answers, the library has documents and such that can lead you to answers. In addition, universities have databases with scholarly articles, and with research, you have to use scholarly stuff and primary sources as well. Kazi, being a university student, should know this too. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. It's like AI... Libraries aren't the original AI. I would argue they're not, because they actually only generally have the good shit, you know? Like yeah, they can have like manga and shit, for instance, but usually like libraries are a source of information. You can learn, you can study, you can read. Reading in general is something that teaches you. Just you reading in general is effective. Most people these days don't read, they have someone read for them. That is the problem with AI, is that it's reading for you. You don't have to research anything. The problem with AI is that you don't have to critically think. That is the issue. You don't have to critically think with AI. That is its problem. Whereas with reading, regardless of what you're reading, you have to think a little bit. You have to critically use your brain in some fashion. That is why AI is terrible, but the library is fucking useful. Yeah. We are suckers for punishment. Fate continues to play RE6. I played Rainbow Six Siege for 10 years. Well, no. I'm only playing RE6 to finish it. Just so I can say I played it. It's weird because I have fun at certain points and then I hate it in other points. Like, I've noticed this like pattern where it's like this constant trap where it's just really fucking annoying to play RE6. And then there's times where it is kind of fun. So, for instance, the beginning portion of Leon's campaign fucking sucks. Blows. Horrible. And then, like, the later portion of Leon's campaign is actually kind of fun. Yeah, it's still the same nonsense, but it felt better paced, less annoying, felt like I could move a little better. It just felt a little more fun. Whereas with Chris's campaign, like, it felt a little more annoying. It's like, oh, it's kind of like the same thing, but not as fun. I also thought the story for Leon's campaign was a little more fun than Chris's, so like I kind of got attached to it too. I'm currently playing Chris's campaign. I'm on the final chapter. I fucking hate it because they ruined Chris's character, and he's just kind of constantly having whiplash as a character. 1 minute he has amnesia. The next minute he wants vengeance. The next minute he gets all his men killed again. The next minute he's doing this for justice. Now he's gonna give up. But you know when he said he's gonna give up that he's not gonna give up because the person he's gonna give up his mantle to is gonna fucking die. So it just ends up feeling stale and stupid, and it's just like no time to breathe at all. That's its problem. It's like Resident Evil 6 just has no time to breathe, but then there are moments where it is, in fact, kind of fun. You know? I think it's kind of sad that it has such a fun movement in the game, but it's like completely hindered by the game itself, where it kind of actively wants to beat you over the head with it. It's like it's like the antithesis of this current chapter, where it has absolutely no fucking patience and does not slow down and is not okay being uncomfortable. That's pretty much my issue with RE6. It just has it's not okay being uncomfortable. Why is he so worried about a big confession anyways? What does he want to get from that? She already knows his feelings. Is he just trying to force an answer from her? Pretty much. The problem is that Kazuya is uncomfortable being uncomfortable. So, how do you get comfortable in Kazuya's eyes? I confess. Because when you confess, they reciprocate your feelings. Do you see the problem? He's literally following the tropes of anime and manga, where the way you resolve your uncomfortability is by confessing. Confessing doesn't work, but he doesn't know any other thing but to confess. Do you see the problem? That is Kazuya's issue. He has no other solution but to keep confessing. Because in being uncomfortable, he comes back to the issue that I must have not confessed well enough. That is his problem. He always comes back to that because it is his trap. The confession is the trap because in anime and manga, the issues come from the fact that you're not sharing your feelings. He thinks he needs to share his feelings in a different way. He must have not conveyed them well enough. That's why she's not reciprocating his emotions. He can't come to terms with the fact that the reason this isn't working is something else entirely, and it has nothing to do with him. But he's so comfortable hating himself that he can't come to terms with the fact that it's not him and there's something else going on. But it also is him, just not in the confession element. Do you see the problem? He has to look externally. He can't look externally because he's comfortable with hating himself. He can't be uncomfortable with the idea that maybe it's not him. It's something else. It's something to do with Chizuru herself. He's so busy looking at himself, he's not looking at her. That is Kazuya's problem. He can't help her because he can't look at her. He keeps looking at himself. He's so comfortable looking at himself in the mirror. That's the irony of his own dreams. His own dreams tell him the solution. His own subconscious is highlighting to him the problem. This is his own mind looking at him and telling him you're a fucking idiot. The Chizuru in his mind is not the real Chizuru. It is his own mind looking at him and telling him this is the solution, and he refuses to see it. Just as when he has a dream, and in the dream, Chizuru accepts him, and that tells him what he really wants. He wishes to be accepted. It is both fiction and reality. The fiction reflects the things that in reality you desire. That is the point of fiction. We read fiction because it reflects what we desire. That is why you can't just dismiss fiction. You should consider Chizuru's feelings instead of confessing again. Pretty much. Like, what the fuck is going on with her? Have you thought about that for 2 fucking seconds? No, he's comfortable looking at himself. He's not okay with being uncomfortable. So he doesn't look at her at all. He doesn't know what the fuck she's going through. And that's why the story is making him feel as she has been feeling, because he's not looking at her feelings. So, okay, you're not going to look at her feelings? Here, feel how she's feeling. Learn the hard way. I'm going to beat you over the head with it. Learn the fucking hard way, dipshit. The actor that plays Luffy in the Netflix has a glint of craziness in his eyes. Don't if that's Crazy Liberty or True the character. Either way is a great choice. Well, yeah, Luffy is a little cray-cray. That's kind of the beauty of how they handle Luffy. Is like Luffy is a little cray-cray. So I forgot the dude's name. I think he's Brazilian. Luffy actor. He has a cool name. Inaiki. How do you pronounce this? I think I'm pronouncing it wrong. How to say? Oh, how to pronounce? There we go. Naiki Godoi? I think I said it correctly.
Because of Rossmid, I am ready for it.
I think I'm good. Let's see. Don't be a winner or a loser. Be a player. I feel like that's not as good of advice as you think it is. Or maybe it's the phrasing. Maybe it's the phrasing. Maybe it's the phrasing. Be your own winner. Just living is winning. Just living is winning. It's not about playing the game. It's just about accepting that you're already winning. We are of our own making. We fixate on what we can't control instead of being happy. And what we have, we always crave more. And so as I write this, I realize I just described Anakin Skywalker. Speaking of AI, anyone watch episode 8 of Digital Circus? I'm super behind on Digital Circus. I think I'm like on season 1. I think I've only like seen season 1, like the first episode or something. Resident Evil Die does a great job balancing the action with the survival horror. So I actually wrote something for Resident Evil 6 that I kind of want to share. Like I just had this in the spur of the moment. And it's basically like why I think the game doesn't work. It fundamentally misunderstands Resident Evil as a video game, and Resident Evil 9 fundamentally understands Resident Evil as a video game. Let me pull it up. I think I wrote it like at the very bottom of this. Resident Evil 6 takes these extra tasks that we do to enter certain rooms and doors and makes it into gameplay, the stuff that we do in the other Resident Evil games. But it fundamentally misunderstands this because the reason it worked in other Resident Evil games is because the task didn't feel tedious. They made you feel smart because you had to piece it all together. And for completing your task, you're always given a reward, and it lets you do something else that you couldn't do before. Essentially, empowering you akin to leveling up. That's why Resident Evil is so fucking addictive. You literally feel like you're leveling up without actually leveling up. Resident Evil 6 tries to do this, but instead of empowering you, it gives you the same thing over and over again, making it feel fucking annoying to do. You finish a room, next firefight. Every single time. You finish a room, next firefight. It feels like you aren't finishing a task to have fun, you're finishing a task to get the fuck out of what you're currently doing, and then just do it again. In fact, that's how the game feels constantly. Every time you do something, you just want it to end. You're just trying to survive. The gameplay isn't fun. In a meta sense, that's kind of fits the idea of survival horror. Get out with your life. Except this is still supposed to be a game, and the game is trying to make these things fun. This game is trying to be fun. It's not trying to be like the thing I'm describing in a meta sense here. It thinks this is fun, but it doesn't feel fun. It feels like you're constantly being beaten over the head with the same thing. It feels like a toxic, uncomfortable relationship. It's irritating, and I'm not just being rewarded for play. I'm being punished for being forced to keep playing. The game fundamentally misunderstands the reward system of Resident Evil games. The thing that hooks you and keeps you coming back like a drug. The game that rewards your knowledge. The more you know, the better and faster you are at the game. This game does not give you this. It doesn't matter how good you are, the game is always in control. You never overcome the odds of the game. It slows you down when it wants to. It does these scripted sections that you can't speed up or slow down. You can't do any of that stuff. Whereas Resident Evil 9 only does that like once or twice at most. You only do it how they want you to do it in Resident Evil 6. And in a game series all about how corporations rob people of autonomy and turn them into mindless monsters and zombies. It is incredibly ironic that the game that has you fight these circumstances does not empower you to do so, doesn't make you feel braver after facing something you thought was impossible before, but instead shackles you in the same exact way that the corporations do, while trying to empower you. In a sense, it lived long enough to die and become the very thing it fought against. If this was intentional, if this was planned, it would be brilliant, but it isn't. The game doesn't realize it's robbing you of control in its attempt to give you more, letting you move and do more than you have ever done in the series, and yet all And yet, it is all for naught because your movement and abilities mean nothing when they are only allowed within the railways it is attached to. In a sense, you are nothing more than the office worker being paid. You think you have control because we get the money to pay bills and buy video games, but our corporate overlords run the show. They can decide to end our joy any moment with a single word. Just as RE6 always dictates the flow of everything, you never have a choice in the matter. It is a game that has fundamentally lost what it is trying so hard to reach for the moon. When it's trying so hard to reach for the moon. It forgot what made it who it is. Like someone doing something for so long, they forgot what they did it for in the first place. An existential crisis in video game form. Not only misunderstanding itself, but the very characters within it, and even its own message of fighting against a cruel oppression of the corporations who run our world and treat people like they are nothing more than numbers on a page or bottles on a shelf. Resident Evil 6 became the corporation. The eugenics-obsessed elite, the cultist leader who sought to control the world through parasites. It became a hazard to itself. It became the evil it sought to destroy. Ironic, as the game knows that in many ways. Its protagonists aren't heroes, and the game actively fucking reminds you that this is stupid and we're done playing these games. But just people trying to survive and do good, but never being able to try and stop the evils of this world. Only save who they can. So yeah, Resident Evil 6 fucking sucks. Did you platinum RE9? Yeah, I platinumed RE9. It was really fun. I actually played it again recently. The game is really fucking addictive. I love coming back to Resident Evil 9. It's really fucking addictive. Let's see. I saw Silent Hill F for dirt cheap on Target. I should have bought it. A big oof on my part. I bought it when it was still fucking expensive, and I've still yet to play it. I'd like to play Silent Hill F at some point. I don't know if I should do it on stream or if I should do it on my own time. In this game we call life, don't strive to win, don't be afraid to lose, just play hard. Shit, I think I cooked. You're so proud of yourself for that one. In a way, this feels a bit like the first Halo, where you're navigating different territories, not knowing much of anything, trusting Cortana to overcome Oz. Maybe what Kazuya needs to do with Chizuru? He needs to trust himself and trust Chizuru. More content coming in RE9, right? Yeah, they have a full expansion. The kid holding a map that says map could represent Kazuya getting a map to show where he needs to do instead of randomly looking. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, the little kid that we see in this chapter holding a map, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Like, yeah, right here. The kid running around holding a map. At least the kid is actually like learning to read a fucking map, whereas Kazuya isn't. You see a bunch of people holding books and walking around and actually educating themselves, whereas Kazuya isn't educated. Let's see. Chizuru saving Kazuya saved me too, really. The series criticizes harem suit, right? Chizuru really accepts everything within Kazuya. I think because of thinking that anyone knows better, because of that, Kazuya listens to Minnie too. Yeah, pretty much that's the whole idea. Kazuya listens to Minnie because anybody but him knows better. He doesn't even trust his own gut. Sumi being patients both are gonna sit in silence at the library, hopefully. This patience creates a safe space where healing can actually happen. I think Sumi's gonna challenge Kazuya's patience because he keeps jumping. You see it constantly here. He's constantly like jumping the gun. But then in the end, he just has to accept that he has to wait and see, and he doesn't know. And I think that's the biggest thing. He has to like learn he doesn't fucking know. She's challenging his patience and forcing him to be patient. He has to learn the hard way. Yeah, the rent-a-girlfriend author sacrificing quality because he's destroying his own work for the sake of money, just like George Lucas did. George Lucas did not do that. George Lucas just sold his rights to Disney. And then Disney did that shit. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Disney's the one who's destroying Star Wars. They're the ones who bought the fucking rights to it. Like, what the fuck are you on about? They're the ones who bought the fucking rights to it. And now everyone these days considers the fucking prequels a work of mastery. The prequels are fucking awesome. The writing is shit, but they're fucking awesome. And you don't know, like, bro, why are you still here? I told you to leave earlier or I'm gonna fucking ban you. You're still on the same shit and you're not even actually like willing to give the series a shot. You don't okay, how's the story sacrificing quality for quantity? You haven't given me a single fucking example. You keep saying that and you haven't given me a single fucking example, expecting me to just agree with you. When I've given you multiple different examples of how it's not doing that. In the current fucking chapters. You're still on this nonsense. And you won't even back it up with actual fucking evidence. You're literally just echoing what people online say. That or you're just stuck in your own head. Like, come on. Like, if anything, this is the most honest of the characters I've ever seen this writer. Like, Jesus Christ. A writer in general. While everyone else in the world might see Kazuya as ugly or unpleasant, there are people like Chizuru who see him differently. Yeah. It's not about how the world sees you, it's about how you see yourself. Because everybody there's going to be people in the world who fucking hates you. Rots is better than Empire Strikes Back. Yep, somebody had to say it. Wait, which one is Rots? What's that? Return of the... Is that Return of the... No. Wait, which one is that? Rots? I've never heard that abbreviation. Revenge of the Sith. Oh yeah, Revenge of the Sith is kind of fucking peak. Oh yeah, I would say Empire Strikes Back is a little better written, but Revenge of the Sith is like so fucking cool. So fucking cool. And I will say, all the fights in the prequels are better than the originals. All of the fights are just better, period. They're so fucking cool. They're insane. The fights in those are insane. Like, they go nuts, okay? Like while the first one, like the Phantom Menace may kind of suck, I think that's like the weakest one out of the trilogy. I think the other ones are pretty fucking solid. And Revenge of the Sith is insane. Revenge of the Sith is so fucking cool. And then you know, fucking Disney just like bought Star Wars and then just rehashed everything over and over again. George Lucas wanted Darth Maul to be the main antagonist of the sequel trilogy. Disney instead gave us a Mary Sue and Luke Skywalker drinking milk from the teat. Finney is better than Rey. I will say, like, for as much as you hate, what is it? For as much as you hate, like, what's that one called? What's that one called that everyone hates from the new trilogy? I forgot what it's called. Something Jedi. The Last Jedi, the one everyone fucking hates. I will say, for all the hate for that one, it has some good storytelling. I like the fact that Luke questions the Jedi. I think that's really cool. I like the idea of Luke somewhat losing himself. I just don't think they portrayed it in a way that worked effectively. Like, I can understand Luke having doubt. I just don't think they did a good job of portraying it that made it feel convincing. That's the issue. Is like the movie has too much going on, and it has too much shit that's just unbalanced and unorganized, that its messaging just doesn't work. The conceptual ideas are very interesting. The way they're handled is shit. So, for instance, that entire like separate fucking adventure with Finn and what's her name, going off to fight against the whatever. Like, I just feel like they mistreated those characters. You know, I feel like they just kind of fucked them over and just gave them this entire stupid side quest. And it's like not even the actors or the writers' fault. I think Rose is an interesting character. They just did a terrible job with her. They just wrote her like shit. And I feel like that's not even fully the director's fault. I feel like it's like what Disney was demanding. I think Disney just wanted too much from this movie. And because they replaced the director and they did all this extra bullshit, everything fell apart. You know, the movie was trying to be subversive because Rian Johnson is a very subversive writer and a very subversive director. If you've seen any of his other shit, every single one is just a subversion of what you think is happening. But they all work because he got to do his own thing and not be like shackled to someone else's story. That's the fucking problem. He's shackled to someone else's story. That's why it doesn't fucking work. Like, I think Last Jedi does a lot of cool shit, but doesn't do a very good job with the cool shit and like makes none of them land. None of it lands because all of it is just kind of a mess and all over the place. I also want to say like all the stupid shit about like, oh, the woke garbage. Shut the fuck up. Okay? No, the movie has genuinely good writing. Its criticisms are very solid. I don't think Luke Skywalker losing himself is like, so like, for example, I know Mark Hamill played the character, but I fucking disagree with him that Luke Skywalker would never lose himself. This is the guy who like did all this stuff. The whole point of the openings of the beginning of like fucking Empire Strikes Back and all the other ones is that Luke lost himself. The whole point was that Luke had to question himself. Nobody is infallible. It doesn't matter how you view Luke. He's not infallible. However, you just have to do it correctly. The problem is the movie just did it terribly. I think I could really, like, if you do it correctly, you could convince anyone. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see how that could happen to Luke. You know, he kind of somewhat loses himself. I could see that. And then he finds himself again. I could see that. The idea behind it is solid. Its execution is terrible. That's just it. Like, you know, Luke randomly decided, hey, I'm just going to kill this kid. Makes sense. Execution's terrible. You know, if they gave it more time to cook, like see how the darkness crept in somehow, some sort of dark influence on him, maybe some sort, like, show some of the PTSD that Luke may have been grappling with that he didn't process with his dad. Boom. That could have worked. Like, he could have been seeing flashes of his dad, but again, they never gave it time to cook, so it didn't work. It falls flat because it didn't get time to cook. That's the issue. Yeah. And again, I don't agree with like Mark Hamill's understanding of the character, despite him playing it, because like I think Mark Hamill has this tendency to look at things in an incredibly positive way. You know, he only looks at the positives of everything around him, and then everything else has to be bad. I just don't agree with how Mark Hamill views things around him, and that's just my beliefs. Like, I'm not saying like he doesn't understand the character. I'm not saying that. I just think like everybody and anybody can be blinded by their own beliefs and the positivity of everything around us or the negativity of everything around us. And that's personally how I look at Mark Hamill. You know, that's my own belief. Why couldn't Star Wars belong to you? First off, I'm not a writer. I'm just saying like what you could have done better. I'm not sure how you could have done it differently. You know, I would have had to sit down and think about it. And I've never even like written something like that. I've never done script writing in my life. I'm just saying if you had done it differently, it could have worked. The problem is the movie just had too much happening. That's literally the movie's issue. It's just too much is going on. And then literally the fucking last movie is just like, let's patch it up, bro. We gotta fucking put some patches on this. This thing is bleeding and we're falling apart. I don't have a plan. I don't know what to do. that's pretty much that movie. It's like, what do we do? What do we do? Did you play Last of Us? Last of Us is okay. Last of Us is okay. I think Last of Us is given acolytes for things other stories have already done. And you know, it's like everybody dick rides Last of Us, but it's like a very traditional story. I've seen it. I've been there, done that. Like, it's divisive. It has some interesting stuff. I think the reason Last of Us is so appealing to so many people is that it has like these very close and personal, intimate moments that you're so familiar with in TV shows. The reason Last of Us is so effective for a lot of people is because you're literally just being served up a TV show. That's what it is. It's just a TV show. That's why it works for a lot of people. It's literally just a TV show. That's why it's so appealing. And that's why it works so well as a TV show. But like having played shit like Metal Gear Solid and like Metal Gear Solid 4, for instance, bro, like I've already seen this shit before. Like, and the storytelling is very like traditional. I like Last of Us 2 in some degree, but there's also like the political element that I'm just not a huge fan of. It has like this massive political element that kind of reflects the ignorance of the writer and doesn't see what the fuck he's talking about in a lot of ways. Like, in particular, so much of the story frames itself around like what is it? Like you know, everybody being their own oppressor, but in many ways everybody being their own victim. And yet it doesn't look at the hierarchy of what the fuck it's talking about. because it's trying to say everybody is their own villain, because everybody like, you know, is killing each other constantly, and it bases this off of a geopolitical conflict in the Middle East you might be incredibly familiar with. And the problem is it doesn't realize the hierarchical issue of what the fuck it's talking about. Because like it doesn't realize that one side has infinite fucking power and the other side does not. Therefore, it fundamentally misunderstands victims, because what it does is essentially attach you to a railway of you being a predator and a murderer, and you're killing all these people, and you never for once sit down and consider how those people felt. You never consider, oh yeah, no, you know, they're at fault too. They're on that side. They have weapons and shit, you know. But then the game never like really sits down and reflects on the victims of its story. You know, it tries to, but not really. It doesn't recognize the power hierarchy at play here. That you have all this insane power to kill all these characters because you're a protagonist. And this is why Metal Gear Solid 2 for me is better, because it literally criticizes this. Metal Gear as a series quite literally criticizes this exact power dynamic that this series just fundamentally does not understand. That's why like I said like playing Metal Gear Solid is just better than Last of Us in my opinion. Because Last of Us tries to talk about this power dynamic and explore victims while fundamentally misunderstanding them. Whereas when you play Metal Gear Solid, it fundamentally understands that they are all being used. Like, everybody is being used in some way, shape, or form by a higher power that is in control. And those people are the real bad people. And we are just tools in a box being used by all those horrible people. The game just fundamentally does not understand that. Because it pins all the blame not on these hierarchical powers that are in control, but rather on, oh, no, it's just because like, because everybody has their own circumstances and everybody is going through their own thing. It pins it on like these external factors that are out of our control, not these people who are actually truly controlling our society and controlling these conflicts and fueling these wars. Rather, it pins it on this ambiguity because it's so much easier to be ambiguous. So yeah, no, it just, Last of Us just, in my opinion, just fundamentally does not understand the conflicts by which it is criticizing and taking inspiration from. That is why I'm not a big fan of Last of Us. Because like, while it has interesting character writing and it has great themes of forgiveness and great ideas like that, but no. You ask me why, a lot of chapters are garbage, boring, and irrelevant. So here you are, just, bro, you went online and you saw what other people said and you just copy pasted it. None of this is real. You didn't give me any single example. You didn't give me a single fucking example. That's not an example. That's not an example. You use generalizations. You use generalizations every single other person said. I'm going to read this to you guys and tell me if this is not generalizations. A lot of the chapters are garbage, boring, and irrelevant, and more than half of the manga is this creep having autistic tantrums and simping about a girl he pays to see. You did not read this manga. You don't read this manga. This is pure generalizations. You watched some random dude's video, you saw some person online say something about this manga, and you just reiterated what they said, like verbatim. You have never read this manga in your life, have you? You've never read this manga in your life, have you? You don't know anything about it, because if this is literally how you're looking at this, you don't know shit. Like if that's your perspective, you don't know shit about this manga. If anything, you clearly weren't listening to me earlier. The autistic part is new. Fair. True. The autistic part is new. I've yet to hear the autistic part. Also, autistic? That's actually new. I don't think Kazuya has autistic symptoms. I have autistic symptoms, and Kazuya definitely doesn't. If anything, Kazuya has like more symptoms of ADHD. And even then, like not really fully ADHD, just more like bad habits and tendencies. Chibi minion detected. Oh man, I really don't like Chibi, dude. I really don't like Chibi. Minnie. Yeah, Minnie's like low-key autistic. Did you ask AI to criticize Rent a Girlfriend? It feels like a copy pasta. Yeah, pretty much what I felt. That's pretty much what I felt. TV's the worst. Oh yeah, no, TV sucks, dude. TV sucks, dude. Like my moral, my like my empathy for that man has like faded to fucking nothing. My empathy for that man has faded to fucking nothing. Season 5 finally hit different though. Let's see. I'm curious how they're gonna adapt chapter 218. We're almost there, fellas. We're almost there. We can finally put it past us. I can finally look at this episode and see what the fuck they're cooking, how they're gonna handle it. I've been curious for a very long time. Are they gonna put some stupid fucking music? Are they gonna like show some real ass titties and just put censors over them? Are they gonna do it like episode 1? What's the plan here, fellas? What's the goal? How are we doing this? How are we doing chapter 218? Are they gonna cram it into the middle of something, or are they gonna treat it with the respect it deserves? Like, how are they gonna handle Mommy's backstory? There's so much I'm curious about. They better knock the kiss out of the fucking park. Literally, they need to knock the kiss out of the goddamn park. That is their goal. They have to fucking do it. Hear me out, a big dance number while Power Trip is playing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chibi's wife cheated on him. Did you know about his best friend? Oh yeah, no, I heard all about this, which is really ironic because like he says like some like he actively like bragged about like being with her and shit like that. Like, bro, like literally, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. People were like roasting the ever living shit out of him, and like for me, that upset me not because like they were saying anything about Chibi that wasn't actually true, but rather it's like their conduct. I'm of the mentality that when you stoop to his level to call him out and be a piece of shit, like because I felt like people were stooping to his level to be a piece of shit. I felt like that, like that shows a lot about your character, that when it's okay to act like this, and I just don't like that. Oh yeah, no, I think Chibi's a piece of shit and you had this shit coming, but I like when people stoop to his level like that and they started acting like, fucking sycophants and like saying all these horrible shits. I was just like, ugh. Like, I understand. I get why people do it. We're so, like, we feel so oppressed these days that when the bad person finally gets their comeuppance, we can't help but laugh at them because we couldn't do anything before. So now we feel validated. But it just feels sad because it feels like it demeans your own character. It demeans your own person. I just find that kind of stuff sad. That's all. It's less about, oh, I feel bad for Chibi, and more about, like, bro, don't be the thing you hate. Don't become the thing that you hate. Try to be better. That's why I didn't relish in that. I felt kind of gross in that kind of stuff. I didn't relish in any of those things. It just kind of felt gross. I just don't like doing that kind of stuff. But if you do that, I'm not going to judge you too harshly. I'm just going to feel kind of sad. I'm not going to judge you that harshly. I'm just going to feel kind of sad. Anywho. Okay, there's a lot in this video that I would like to there's a lot in this stream that I'd actually like to make a video. So I think I might call it here, and I'm going to try to edit some stuff and put it out as a video today. And then I might do some Kingdom Hearts 2 later. How's that sound? Does that sound reasonable? And then tomorrow I'm off, so we'll do the proper full discussion. So we'll do the serious discussion tomorrow. Ooh. It's been 1 month. 1 month since what? Sounds awesome. Yeah, sure. Okay. Glad everybody's down with it. Sounds dandy. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to edit down some of this stuff and like turn it into a video so that way you guys can like, get a condensed version of what I had to say. Because we said some good shit here. We had some good fucking analysis here, bro. I had some good fucking analysis here, bro. I cooked. Let me make sure I was recording all this too, so that way I have. Oh yeah, hell yeah, I have access to the base footage. Fuck yeah, I got access to that base footage. Fuck yeah. Okay, 1 month no videos. I'll be better. We're working on it. I'll be better. Working on it. We said we'd improve. Time to improve. We said we'd improve. Time to improve. Okay. So I'm going to call it here. I'm going to take a small break and then get back to business. I'll see you guys in a little bit. We'll hopefully start Kingdom Hearts 2. We're gonna finally start peak. It's really funny. I remember playing Kingdom Hearts 2 when I was younger, and I I thought I loved the game, and then now people are like, oh yeah, like the original vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2 did not age very well. And at some point I might want to play it just to like understand, because I don't remember. We're probably gonna play on critical mode, which is like the hardest difficulty. Which is but it's like pretty fun too. Anyways, take care. See you guys later. Hope you had fun. Subscribe, do all the fun shenanigans. And please educate yourself. Go to the library. Go to the library. Learn to read. Learn to read, bitch. And of course, check out the Twitter and all the fun stuff. And consider supporting me on Patreon. Wait, I'm waiting. What do you need? What do you need, young child? Shibuya City Renson Library. Get a hobby? Me? Me? Isn't this technically my hobby? Isn't gaming a hobby? Granted, I want to learn Japanese. I want to learn to play piano again. What else do I want to do? Got to exercise too. Eat healthier, sleep better. Oh, thanks. Well, I thank you, Goku. Goku! I can't heart it. Why can't I heart it? I don't know why it's not letting me heart it. It says game over. I don't know what that means. Thanks anyway. Okay, see you next stream. You notice Sumi's heart best beating at the end of the chapter cover is out of sync. What? Wait, what? Before we go, what are you talking about? Sumi's heart beats? Oh, and there's a heart over a heart. As if the heart is out of sync. It's out of sync, so you have to sync it up. Sumi knows her feelings are out of sync with what's going on, so it's about syncing it up. Cool catch. Cool catch. So it literally, it feels like it's about syncing it all up. Right? But putting 2 and 2 together. Okay. That's a cool catch. And yeah, we see Sumi's heart beating in the end. Yeah. Heart beating is a big thing here. It's literally like you're the beat of my heart, which is literally like the whole thing with the flower that Chizuru wore. Remember Kazuya called Chizuru's clothes a hydrangea in the date, and it's literally like it can be read as you are the beat of my heart. Which is kind of like fucking intense. Like really fucking intense. Yeah, like the hydrangea Chizuru wore on the date, they reflect heartfelt emotion. And they could be read as you are the beat of my heart. Which is pretty ironic considering how much her heart is beating throughout much of the events. So literally understanding the heart. Kingdom Hearts! Fill me with the power of darkness! Hey, yo, isn't it perfect that we're playing Kingdom Hearts alongside Rent a Girlfriend, which is thinking about love and understanding the heart? This was planned. I planned this. This was a deep plan that I thought of all along. Wasn't totally by accident. Nope. Okay, that's now I'm heading out. Now I'm heading out. Have a good day, fellas. Take care.